Everybody, we are about to start. Everybody. Right, so I will begin with a karakia. Tue ke runga, tue ke raro, tue ke waho, tue ke roto, tue ki te here tangara, ka rongo te pō, ka rongo te au, omie huie taihie. Thank you. Apologies, haven't received any apologies at the moment. I think Michael Laws possibly is coming online. Public forum today. We're going to get straight into public forum. We've got a couple, I think, today. Pierre, welcome. You are here in the council chamber. You're up first, speaking on behalf of Extinction Rebellion, and then we have Guardians of Lake Hawea after that. Welcome, Pierre. So, as we know, 5 minutes for speaking, a couple of minutes for questions.
Kia ora koutou. If I always prefer to bring optimistic news to these meetings, we still need to report on reality, and reality is pretty bad. May was again the second warmest May on record, and sorry. I start from the beginning. That's okay. Right? If I always prefer to bring optimistic news to these meetings, we still need to report on reality, and reality is pretty bad. May was again the second warmest May on record, and anyone who has ever looked at the Copernicus temperature charts that we share with you every month will have noticed that temperature rise has accelerated since 2023. The reason for this acceleration is, ironically, that better environmental regulations have reduced the amount of aerosols in the atmosphere. These toxic particles, which are killing millions every year, are also shading the planet and slowing down its warming. This made climate scientists underestimate the carbon sensitivity of the planet. Officially, the IPCC, which is always quite a few years behind the reality of the climate crisis, still supports that for a doubling of CO2 content in the atmosphere, the planet will heat by 3 degrees. This afforded them the fanciful position that we had until 2050 to limit the planet temperature to 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial average. The reality is that a doubling of CO2 in the atmosphere will cause 4.5 degrees of warming, and that we are already pretty much at 1.5 degrees, as you can see on Copernicus every month. We are also on track to reach 2 degrees by 2045. This, of course, aligns with the risk assessment from the British Institute and Faculty of Actuaries, which predicts 2 billion deaths and a 25% drop in global GDP by 2050. One of the things that the 2018 1.5 degree report from the IPCC got right, though, was to mention that past 1.5 degree of warming, we would start to reach tipping points, and that we would start to lose control of the situation because of the emergence of warming feedback loops. And this is already happening today. Last year's unprecedented forest fires caused by higher temperatures and drier conditions have created a surge in deforestation while driving a record leap in atmospheric CO2. Forests are burning because it is warmer, and in doing so, they make the planet even warmer. This is what a feedback loop is. So not only forests are needed to support life and biodiversity on the planet, and they are now increasingly burning out of control, but the emissions of these fires are on the brink of making us completely lose control of the situation. Now, as always, there would be no point in me standing in front of you to tell you that we're doomed, but the situation is grim. There are glitters of hope. For example, QLDC's draft climate action plan is becoming more tangible. But we are in an emergency. This isn't an exaggeration, and if we have all the solutions we need, we all need to embrace them with urgency, or we will lose control of the situation if we haven't already. Thank you.
Thank you, Pierre. Any questions today? Councillor Wilson?
Well, I want to not have a question, but can I just make a statement and congratulate Pierre and his group of Rewire and Aotearoa and the effect it's had on the government policy on rewiring. You've given us gloomy news, but I did want to acknowledge the good news that has happened because I think that greatly should be improved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks very much once again, Pierre, for coming. Appreciate your words to us. Right, the next public forum, Guardians of Lake Hawea and Jeff Koenig. I understand. Yes, there's Jeff. We are ready to hear from you. Yep, I think it's just Jeff. So if you're ready to unmute and 5 minutes to present, welcome.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Can you see my slides up there?
We can, it's working perfectly.
Perfect, good, thank you. My name's Jeff Koenig. I'm the chair of the Guardians of Lake Hawea and here to talk about Contact Energy's proposal to lower Lake Hawea. So who are the Guardians? We're a publicly elected group of volunteers, and our aim is to ensure Lake Hawea, its surrounds, hang on, sorry, just click here, water quality, biodiversity and ecosystems are protected, maintained, enhanced and managed for the benefit of all. So of course, when something like this Contact Energy proposal comes along, it gets our attention. What are Contact Energy proposing? You can see here on the left-hand side, on the pictorial, the current consented area volume that they can access for generation, or sorry, for letting into the Clutha Hydro generation scheme. So they currently have 8 meters, which takes them down to 338, but they also have 2 meters of contingency. It's worth noting this 2 meters of contingency has not ever been accessed since this was put in place. What do they want? They are looking for that extra 2 meters of contingency to be part of their normal operating level. This would expose a further 2 meters depth of lake, of shoreline, but of course 2 meters of depth is a massive area in dry land. On top of that, they are asking for the contingency to be 6 meters below that level. That would take the lake down to 330 meters. Now, we have a good working relationship with Contact Energy, and because of the nature of what we do, and Contact did come and tell us about this, but they told us they did not consult with us. I think that's quite important to note. Adverse effects of this, I'll quickly run through these from an ecological point of view. Plants and vertebrates, fish, etc. would die. Environmental aspects, there'd be a lot of windblown fines. Landscape amenity, national, international tourism. Urban and rural aquifer use, this is a big one. ORC report shows aquifer could be affected. More on that in a minute. Community exposure to windblown silt, there's some possible health issues here. And cultural concerns, the area is very important to Ngāi Tahu. We don't know the full extent of these effects. They can only be determined by carrying out detailed, robust studies. But what is self-evident will happen. Degradation of outstanding natural landscape, dust storms, which will have significant impact on urban and rural landowners, the mortality of all the animals and plant life which inhabit the areas to be exposed. This is a massive area to be exposed. When Contact submitted an earlier fast-track application, they stated that overall it is considered the adverse effects of the project can be appropriately managed and mitigated. Our feeling is that none of these adverse effects can be mitigated to any significant degree. Hopefully you managed to read through some of the pre-read, and in there there was a document that we put together on security of supply. We believe the security of supply argument is purely scaremongering, and we hopefully have demonstrated in that document that there are many other options apart from expanding the use of Lake Hawea to increasing our generation. The picture on the right is very busy, but it's showing a lot of generation build that is in the investment pipeline. I quote some councillors here. So Council Chair, Councillor Gretchen Robertson, said in the recent ODT article, which was on June the 25th of June, these lakes, as Councillor Weir has just outlined, are incredibly valued, not just in Otago, but nationally. They bring a huge amount to our country in terms of values Kiwi put on them, also international visitors. Negative effects are not only 300 residents as there were in the 70s, there are now over 2,000 people in Lake Hawea, and Wanaka uses the area a lot. It's very important to the local community, but also national and international visitors. Quickly looking at the effects on the Hawea aquifer, this is a snapshot which shows what happens to the Hawea aquifer level when lake level goes up and down. Very, very clear correlation. And this comes from a report that was commissioned by ORC. It's done in 2023. Then finally, what can ORC do? We ask that ORC advocate for the community to be included as an affected party, to ensure Contact Energy have a robust peer-reviewed studies to back up any claims of mitigating strategies, signal to Contact as part of its referral application the self-evident adverse effects of dust storms, biodiversity loss, landscape degradation, and recreational degradation to what is an iconic lake. And then finally, as part of the fast-track approvals role, ORC assist expert panels with information and advice. This could include details of submissions from concerned community groups such as Guardians of Lake Hawea. Thank you very much. Do I have any questions from the group?
Just checking that. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Jeff. I'm just going to take you on a slightly different space than you probably had to get, and tell me if you don't want to answer it. But it occurs to me that the lake has contributed significantly to some social, economic, and our energy capacity, and as such, as long as it's managed within a certain extent, has been a really good outcomes all round for a whole lot of aspects. One of the issues is that it's so hard now to do other hydro projects that we're pushing those that do have the assets, like Contact, to do things that we don't really want them to do, when we should perhaps be looking at what we can do to make other generation better or easier. Is that one of the issues?
It certainly is. I don't know if you can still see the slides, but that slide which is showing security of supply, and I said it's very busy, does highlight that there is a huge amount of other forms of generation in the pipeline, which will be coming online, and I suppose adds a little bit to our frustration as to why this is being fast-tracked, and why it's being fast-tracked for a full consent, where really, if there is a danger to security supply, it's only for a couple of years.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Councillor Laws.
Yes, can I just fully explain, please, the request that you're making of us as a body? So what do you want? I mean, you've got a series of bullet points, I think, in your last slide. Which of those is the more important to you? Which of those do you think that we can easily influence, given that the fast track process very much takes a lot of decision making out of our hands?
Yes, I suppose we, as yourselves, are trying to come to terms with the fast track process, and I have to say we don't understand it fully yet. I would say, if you ask me to pick one of those four, it's probably the first one, because at the moment we're not included as an affected party, And as far as we can see, we are the only affected party. We will bear the cost and the change to landscape and biodiversity, health issues, all that sort of thing, and no one else will. So that if there's one there, then that would be it. Yeah.
I went to the lake myself last Sunday to view this. I certainly understand your concern. It's pretty bad now without going to the next step. But I was interested as to what the lake looked like and how far out it went prior to being augmented for hydroelectric purposes.
I can't show you a photo right now, but we're compiling some or trying to get hold of historic photos to see what it did look like. I suppose the only thing to add to that is, yes, it looked very different, but when it was in its original state, it didn't have the constant increase and decrease on level. So the coastline was largely vegetated. Whereas when you do raise and lower a lake large amounts, the coastline will never become vegetated apart from briefly by some weeds. And all of the small particles will be able to become airborne.
We've got one more question here from Councillor Callagher, and then we're going to have to wrap up public forum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Callagher, did you still?
Microphone working?
Yeah.
Thanks, Jeff. Just briefly, in your engagement with Contact,
Yes.
have you got an understanding of why there is such a quantum change in what they're requesting to do? Is it to work the dam even harder for the storage for Clyde and Roxburgh? Why change it so much?
So we're a little bit confused about the extra 6 meters. In fact, we have our theories, but our main theory there is that they're asking for that, but they don't actually really want it. So when they give it up, they'll be very happy with what they get, whether it's 2 meters or 3 meters or whatever. Their answer to us was that was what the original consent was. Well, that doesn't make any engineering sense to me. Really, I can understand why they want the extra volume, and that's to make the Clyde system more efficient. Our argument on that security of supply slide and the paper that we've put together is that it isn't necessary because there is more supply coming. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks very much.
You. And thank you very much, Jeff, for appearing today. Really appreciate it. It's great when people come to public forum and present matters that are of importance to community. So I appreciate that. And thanks to Pierre as well. We will see you another time. So
okay. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you. Right, so we're on to confirmation of agenda, which there's no changes, but there was some additional material that was circulated last night. So it goes with paper 10.2. We can note that it'll be uploaded to the website. And is this to do with that, Kevin?
The agenda, yes.
Right, so I'm noting that.
Look, I'm just happy to move the agenda as noted, but wish the chair to have the flexibility to alter the agenda and bring items forward should time pressures create that. We've got some very big items, and I'm just wondering if we could, we may need to shuffle things around to suit the breaks that we have intended.
Second.
Sure, so we'll have some flexibility. We will assess the gaps between breaks and ensure that we fill them up. So we're not sure the exact papers at this time, but we will ensure that we do that and signal what they'll be in as much time as we possibly can.
Thank you.
Okay, I will put that all in favour. Aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Reminder on declarations of interest there. The minutes are there for confirmation. Just there does need to be a change to those minutes in terms of Councillor Wilson and Councillor Mepham didn't abstain. They withdrew from the meeting, and that is on the Eco Fund application recommendations. So yeah, I think that's clear. Not sure if we need to move those. Oh, we need to adopt with and then note the changes. Yep.
And to move.
Yep. Councillor Wilson's going to move. Councillor Noden seconding with the change that's noted to Councillor Mepham and Councillor Wilson. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. So this time we need to adopt the recommendations of committee meetings at the front of the meeting. The reason for doing that is that we just need to adopt the finance committee recommendations prior to having the annual plan papers. So they're all there. Nothing else that needs noted. No, that's all good. No changes. Somebody care to move all them? I think we can probably do them all together. Yep. Councillor Somerville seconded. Councillor Mepham. All in favour? Aye. Against?
Yep, I'm against it.
Okay. Carried.
And recorded these.
Thank you. We're recording that just for the record. Right, so we're on to actions then. So yeah, we've had a big update here, and there's a number that have been ticked off. We just need to note that the completed actions will be removed from the actions list following the meeting, but they're there for the record today, and so that you can see that they have been completed. There are some that are still pending though, or in progress. And you will have read through and seen what those are. I don't know if Richard, you want to touch on any. We have got, yeah, you may want to just jump in.
Won't run over them individually, just to say we didn't report this last month because we were trying to make sure that we provided a good update and also flag those that were complete, but we've left them in for visibility just for this meeting. So happy to take any questions on them, or if there's concerns that they're not reflecting accurately.
Yeah, I guess just a question on the sum that record a due date. Does it matter if we have got a action taken that pushes that due date out? Do we need to update that due date if we know that that's, and for us to agree to that? Is that helpful?
I think we just record the due date as it was set, and then note if there's a reason why or what the progress is on that particular action. Yeah,
Yep,
without resetting that.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable. Yep. Any questions?
Sorry, are you on page 16?
15, 16.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the grey one on, I think I'm on 16, which is the third one down. The investigation, this is about the General Manager Planning and Transport. This investigation work will be undertaken alongside regional connectivity work for Perth and Central Otago in the next financial year, subject to resourcing. I'm just seeking confirmation that resourcing will be available.
Yes, so that's correct, Kate. And that goes back to the question raised during annual plan deliberations around transport resourcing. So comfortable that the commitments that have been made through the annual plan can be resourced, and we'll be discussing that as a team to make sure that's the case.
So that's good news for Oamaru and Altuda.
Any further questions? Thanks for the significant amount of updating work that's gone on there. Appreciate that. Okay, so we don't need to note that. We're on to 9.1, which is the Chief Executive's report. Over to you, Richard.
Thanks, Gretchen. So again, fairly standard format. There is one change in this report. There was a resolution as part of annual plan deliberations around requesting a report on resourcing that may be needed to undertake an investigation to use of the managed fund. We discussed that as a team, and where we got to is we don't need any more resourcing to do that work. We can carry that out within our work program. So rather than write a full report to say that, I've just captured that within this report and made sure and included a resolution to ensure we address that motion from annual plan deliberations. The balance of it, obviously, it covers annual plan, which we've got a substantive paper on today. The measures, our annual plan or long-term plan community measures are in there, still reporting a number that won't be met, which is, I guess, concerning from a staff perspective. There are a number of reasons for that, and they're all recorded within those attachments, and we'll continue to work on those for the week that's left in the financial year. Customer report has been included as well, and then our financial report shows that there's still nothing to flag there financially. We still are tracking to achieve a surplus at the end of this year, and we also know that there's a significant amount of that has already been accounted for within the annual plan, where we are effectively reserve funding some of those items that we rated for this year but did not deliver, largely in the land and water plan space. So happy to take questions.
Councillor Laws.
On mute, Michael.
Sorry, the Whare Runaka, I thought it was going to be in this meeting. You said you were going to bring something on the cost implications of the delay, Richard?
No, that was the next finance committee.
Next finance committee. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Metham.
Richard, just in terms of statement of performance measures, we've got the transport ones shown in your report. Later on today, we've got the I think on page 314, the draft regional public plan with a whole lot of different priorities than what we've seen here. Are they going to be updated in the statement of performance measure? How's it all going to interact?
So this is the measures shown on page 23 of the agenda in terms of the transport section of the measures.
Yes, that's
so that we report on once we get to the end of the year. So there has been some updates made to the measures, and that's recorded in the annual plan paper. So we do update the community measures each year, but largely we do try and keep some consistency through the long-term plan cycle. So that they're not specifically updated as a result of the RPTP, but we do some updates which are recorded in that portion of that paper today.
Yeah. We'll probably cover that off then when we get onto that paper.
Chance to discuss that at that time.
They're important performance measures here. Thanks.
Any other questions? Here's not. So we have the recommendation to note the report and notes no additional funding being required, and that explanation that Richard gave at the very beginning. Somebody care to move those? Councillor McCall, seconded. Councillor Somerville, all in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. We're on to Chair's report, which is summary of meetings, and also affixed the letters that have been sent and letters that have been received. Any questions? No question. Oh, Councillor Somerville.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I'm just looking at paper 9.2.2, the letter to Minister Simmons. Just wondered if there had been any further information to update us on this, because clearly this is a really important matter.
So maybe I'll take that one. So there's been no further formal communication. Staff have continued to liaise with officials, Ministry for the Environment, just to ensure that they had all the information that was required to enable ministers to make their decision. We understand it's being considered as part of the current resource management changes that are with with government at the moment. So we would hope to hear something in the very near future, but we have certainly stayed connected on the basis that if there was any more information required, that we would be able to assist and provide that, and Fleur's been and Anita have been doing that.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I just want to ask about the mayoral forum and its effectiveness and efficiency really. That's in your letter on page 31. You refer to an Otago mayoral forum held in 30th of June. And the reason I ask that question is that we're coming to the end of the triennium, and it's also a very good time to consider how we best set up the next council for a triennium agreement, which is something that used to be absolutely poor, and it's got a lot better, but I'm not quite sure that we're delivering on expectations. And I'm just wondering what happened and what has been achieved at the Otago.
Yeah, that's a really good point. There was an agenda item at the last mayoral forum that looks at review of how it's been going and what the triennial, just I suppose reflections and thinking about what a triennial agreement might look like in the future, recognising that that's the job of incoming councils to decide. So it's not a decision-making type of discussion, but yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunity to expand on what mayoral forum's been doing and to have a rethink on the best way to achieve working more closely together and understanding the issues that each council's facing, and also cohesion, I guess, against across I suppose boundaries, and because boundaries are arbitrary as well. So yeah, we do need to work together better. I think that's right, and I think that was reflected. And also reflected was that that the mayoral forum is one component of a triennial agreement. It's one delivery mechanism. There are many of them that can build that partnership. So reflection that a triennial agreement needs to perhaps recognise the mayoral forum for what it is as well, and that to get traction in meaningful areas, you do actually have to establish other ways of working together as well. I think that would be my take on discussion that went on. So yeah, consideration of how you could achieve the best collaborative outcomes and what other tools there are really. And I think there's other mayoral forums, other regions you could look to, as well as learnings from ours. So yeah, there's definitely a bit of work to go there. I think you're right, Councillor Wilson, and I think in terms of effectiveness, it's upon the next council to really have a hard think about how that works.
I wasn't making judgment. I agree with me because I was actually asking what the achievements have been. But I recently had to look at the opportunity for Otago businesses or anyone in Otago to apply for Regional Growth Fund or whatever it's now called. And in that, it directs you to the Otago Regional Economic thing, which gives us really no guidance to what we would promote as something that would be successfully gain money, and therefore we're underselling the opportunity for our communities to apply to that fund because we don't direct what would be helpful. And so to that extent, I think we've the slides down potentially. And so I suppose adding that we've got a regional role for economic development and understanding how we can help people access funding is very much part of that. I would hope that might get on an agenda somewhere to be done.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, just further to that, again, this is a ratepayer funded activity, and I just wonder where we do see the list of achievements for this triennium. And again, you've made some recommendations there now, but when do we actually see that crystallise to show that our ratepayers, that we are getting value for money out of that mechanism?
There's a final meeting of the forum, so if that is something that our council would like to see happening, we could raise that with the chair and with the forum and bring that back. There's also recorded publicly the minutes and the agendas there too. There's a website on it, so you can see that, but I think that the minutes won't be up until the next meeting. So yeah, but can certainly bring that back. As I said, the last meeting was pretty much as I've described, a discussion on how it's been going. There isn't a crystallised set of these are the outcomes. If you wanted to see that, we could request that of the next meeting.
Yeah, just the advantage of that, you're having what could possibly be in any council, actually, you could have new people around the table, and for them to make a decision on what is to happen for the next triennium, it would be pretty handy to have. You can also refer to all that other documentation that is about pricey for especially new councillors would be handy, I think. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Malcolm. That's good constructive comment there. Yep, Councillor Kelleher.
Thank you, Chair. Just on the response to Minister Mitchell. Sorry, just there's a couple of points there. I just am wondering, are they a fair reflection of ORC's direction? And that would be around gravel extraction and also the ensuring flood capacity and design capacity of flood schemes. I suppose my question is, do you think this sort of satisfactorily responds to the Minister, and that the Minister was saying, almost emphasising the need following recent flood events around the country, that councils are ensuring that flood schemes are operating to design capacity, and also that river management and gravel extraction was being enabled, or maybe enabled is the wrong word, but was functioning under a regional council regime. And to me, this reads very sort of lightly in that what I've observed is that we have almost a direction of rivers being natural. So we make gravel extraction quite challenging. And also with the design capacities of our flood schemes, it's been raised with us by those who are involved in the schemes and under the schemes, that they're concerned that the design capacities are diminishing as we allow other vegetation and other things that are sort of more natural to those schemes. So I guess, are you comfortable that this is a fair reflection on what the Minister was asking?
Thanks, Councillor Kelleher. Yep, that's a good question and an important issue for this council. I'm going to hand that over in a second to Mr. Saunders as well for his comments. Just noting as well that as part of developing this letter, it has gone through the co-chairs as well of the relevant committee and sought feedback from technical staff. It's a good question around how well do we manage gravel. It's a really complex question, that one as well, because there's pre a flood and being prepared for it. There's also post a flood and how we respond. And there's, as you've said, the consenting matters as well. There's a whole range of different legislations and abilities for us to act. We do have emergency powers to act as well, and we also have responsibilities to ensure that those rivers are healthy and have the gravel in them that they need. I don't think it's fair that we've made a policy decision that they are always managed in exactly natural state, because obviously we do have to respond to emergency situations as well. I'm satisfied with what this report says, yes, but I'm going to hand over to Mr. Saunders, if technically we'd like to comment any further.
Look, I don't have too much to add. I think you've covered the key things. In terms of gravel, and I don't know what feedback yourself and Alan gave Gary to Tom in terms of the draft before it went out, but the gravel extraction, we understand there have been frustrations in the community, and what we can do is undertake work where we believe there's a need to do that under urgency for a flood response process. We can do that anyway. The Resource Management Act allows us to. The team are very conscious of any impacts on flood capacity. So where we do hear from the community or from other councils, and the Lower Clutha is probably one that comes to mind, we will go and undertake those surveys to be able to provide evidence and have an informed conversation rather than a conversation on perception. And so that's the sort of work the team will do to ensure that that capacity is being maintained and that we've got some data there that backs that up. So I'm comfortable that in terms of what the Minister was seeking, which was reassurance that there are processes in place to enable ORC to be prepared, both proactively and reactively in the event of a flood, that we do have that in hand, acknowledging that there are always improvements that can be made.
Very briefly,
Sure. Yeah.
Just the answers are very sort of aligned towards flood reaction, immediate flood reaction, whereas what we seem to have evolved away from, which I think was what the minister was referring to, was around the proactive management so that we aren't going to be as badly impacted from a flood situation. So my concern is that the letter just didn't quite reflect where we were truly heading, but your answers are probably fine as I think they stand.
Yeah, I probably can't add. I understand what you're saying in terms of are we undertaking work that maintains the capacity of the schemes to operate as they're designed, and I'm satisfied the team's work program does enable that. That the conversation about gravel will be ongoing, and the global gravel consent, which is imminent, and we will let everyone know as soon as that's there, is not going to solve that issue on its own, because it still comes down to an opinion about whether or not that has an impact on the capacity of any waterway to manage flood. So that's the work that the team continually do through hazards and engineering to ensure that it can function as it is designed to function. So it's one of those. It will help us, absolutely. It's not going to be the silver bullet, because there will always be a difference of opinion.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thanks, Gary. Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, just further to that, and on page 40 under river management, where we say ORC holds resource consents that enable proactive management of river systems, should that not have read, we are awaiting a global gravel consent that will allow us to undertake proactive river management?
So we already hold consents around the region. What we are seeking is a global gravel, but there are a suite of consents that enable the team to undertake work in banks and in waterways that already exist, but there was a gap identified in the gravel extraction space specifically. That's the one that has been underway for some time, as we've discussed.
And you're confident that's imminent?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Saunders.
Thank you. An important topic.
And you will update us as soon as you can.
Yes. Actually really appreciate this styling questioning from the minister. It's really helpful to understand the space that we operate in, one that's really important to our communities, and ask us about, hey, is there anything holding you back from doing your job as well as you can? And yeah, I think it's a great approach. So appreciated that one, and thanks to everyone that was involved in crafting that letter. Right, are there any other matters there? Councillor Malcolm.
I was happy to move your report.
That's great.
Happy to move.
Yep, somebody second. Councillor McCall, all in favour?
Just
Sure, sorry. Councillor Malcolm, you're welcome to.
I'm very thank you very much for the report. Thank you very much for those letters that have been done, and thanks for the clarity around those couple of issues. But I just look at a response. It'll be really interesting to read the responses from other councils where we look at the civil defence emergency process that we undertake in Otago. That is for all people in Otago, so it's not just for ratepayers. So I just wonder if those sorts of requests, we need to be, in my opinion, we need to be angling to ensure that we're maximising funding opportunities from government agencies to ensure that there's just not the ratepayer being burdened upon the cost of things, when in fact all people in the district possibly could be through tax and central government. But thanks very much for the report.
Thanks, Councillor Malcolm. No further comments there. We'll put it. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. 10.1 Regional Public Transport Plan Adoption. Wait a second for staff to come forward, and while we're doing that, I just might hand over to the chair of the panel, Councillor Andrew Noone, if he wouldn't mind just introducing the process, reflections, and where the panel came to. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Once I say my bit, I'll hand over to Anita. She may want to, from a staff perspective, make some comments, and then if you give me the opportunity, once questions are done and dusted from around the table, I'll be happy to move the recommendations. But firstly, I should acknowledge the 549 submitters that submitted a submission on this process. The Regional Public Transport Plan We really appreciated their wisdom and efforts, and it helped to guide the panel to land where we've landed. A couple of other comments. I think it's important to remind yourselves why we're here. This plan is required under the Land Transport Management Act, and within that act, the purpose is sort of spelled out into three parts. The first part is to ensure we as a public transport provider work together with our partners, being NZTA, which is their significant partner, our TAs, of course, Dunedin and Queenstown, where we currently have PT services, and the public transport operators. Second part of the purpose is to ensure that we engage with the public in the region on design and operation of public transport networks. And the third part of the purpose is to ensure that we have appropriate policies, procedures, information, and infrastructure to support public transport services provided. And the other comment I want to make now also is that since the last time we did that, this process 3 years ago, the central government GPS has changed tack to a certain degree. And I just want to hone in on probably the key changes in the GPS, which obviously is the framework that we've got to work within in terms of providing public transport. Essentially, the government or central government policy now means that there's an expectation to seek a greater share of private revenue to offset operational costs. And when we talk about private revenue, we're talking about fees that the customer pays. The second part of it is central government have said that they expect less financial pressure on ratepayers and taxpayers, hence the request to increase private revenue. And the third part of it is that central government have also said that they expect value for money for services provided, with services expected to be effective and efficient and safe. And I'd like to think that from a regional council perspective, and I think everyone will agree around the table, they need to be not only effective and efficient and safe, but also affordable, accessible, sustainable, reliable, convenient, and connected, I suppose. But and also at this point, I should acknowledge my colleagues, councillors Wilson and Weir, for their contribution. Thank you to both of them. So I'll hand over to Anita. You may have some comments. Hand it over to you. Thank you.
So thank you. And we weren't planning to speak to this at length. We had discussed it in a couple of other forums. There is, I suppose, a couple of things. Just I think the point Councillor Noon made is that this is a balance between councillors' expectations, community expectations, and government expectations. And it has been a tricky balance this time. We think we've hit it around about the right spot. And then the other thing I'd just like to acknowledge publicly is the work that Robin Hyde did in leading the team and getting here today. So she was with us for a short time and is now cycling around Europe somewhere, but she helped us to get to what we think and our colleagues around the country think is a really good RPTP that should see us through the next 3 years and enable us to achieve those outcomes that we are looking for as a PTA, and also achieve the government expectations and community expectations. Happy to answer any questions if they're technical and want to throw them to Jack. Otherwise, I can respond.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Andrew, as well, for your reflections there. As noted, we'll have the usual format where we've got some questions, and we have Councillor Noon signalling that they would like to move to those recommendations. Okay, questions. First up is Councillor Laws.
Yes. The first questions I have are around, I've got two questions, one to do with Gold Card and one to do with child, youth and concessions. I'll go to the second first. I'd like to understand some of the rationale, please, around the recommendation to do with ending free fares for children aged 5 to 12. So here are the questions. In paragraph 28, when you talk about the child and youth discounts will be set or to be set at 40% of the adult bus fare, i.e. $1.50 fare. Does that mean that the fare is $1.50 or it's 40% of $1.50?
So the fare would be $1.50, so 40% of the adult concession from the adult fare. So child fare will be $1.50.
Okay. The second question then relates, if the community says it wants, and it's overwhelming in terms of public submissions on this particular issue, free fares for kids aged 5 to 18, were any other options considered? I'll give you 2 examples. The cross-subsidisation by other users to ensure that the private revenue was still gained. So in other words, those over the age of 18, or the subsidy, potentially from additional subsidy from Dunedin ratepayers to meet that shortfall. Because at the moment, the reason I'm asking that question is that in paragraph 26, you say, oh, NZTA weren't very happy. No, I don't care if they weren't very happy, to be perfectly honest with you. It's the least thing I'm worried about. What I want to know is whether or not they are in a position to strike down options that would still deliver free airfare or free bus fares to children aged 5 to 18.
Thanks, councillors. I'm wondering if this might actually be one for the panel to answer, right? Because it's a decision. That's not really a technical matter. You've got in the report, and councillor Laws has reflected the technical matters there. Yep, he understands it. Yep.
I'll give this a go. I think it's important to note with regards to NZTA, they made it very, very clear that there was an expectation for us to lift private revenue in terms of offsetting overall operational costs. So with that in mind, they submitted that the amount of funding that we weren't getting within that 5 to 12 child fare category, it was I think $436,000, something along those lines. Now, their expectations within their rules that they're working within and imposing essentially on us, they are expectations, but they made it pretty clear there could well be implications to existing services if we do not step up and ensure that we increase private revenue. So I think, to be fair, we do need to take note of what NZTA are saying. We need to align our policies with NZTA, because the reality, when you talk about consequences, potentially with an audit further down the track, which happens every couple of years, if they're not satisfied with our performance in terms of alignment with their direction, there could be a reduction potentially through reduced funding from NZTA in the future, which could impact on our service delivery that we've currently got. So we took them seriously, and that's where we landed. And we feel with a 40% concession on the adult fare at $2.50, so in other words, $1 less, we think that is not unreasonable. And also recovering from the whole COVID scenario, and where we had significant concessions, we're now recognising that we need to move beyond that. We need to recognise that the value for money concept that NZTA are promoting is real, and the fears at the moment are particularly low. And if you add in inflation impact over the last 4 or 5 years, we are way behind the 8 ball in terms of what is sort of fair and reasonable in this day and age.
Thank you. Councillor Ware just want to add to that from the panel.
Yeah, because it's a really good question, councillors. I just wanted to also add, because it's important to note that the message from NZTA also wasn't just the overall fair revenue picture, which was an important factor here, but also that they were essentially fundamentally opposed to free fares in concept. So it wasn't just that this would decrease our private revenue share, but also that, based on the government policy statement, NZTA was against councils having free fares whatsoever, essentially.
Can I just ask a supplementary then? Because I'm assuming it's not 40%, it's a discount of 40%, isn't it? So just to clarify, paragraph 28, it's $1.50 of $2.50, isn't it? Which $1.50 isn't 40% of $2.50, is it? So it's a 40% discount, yes?
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay, so it needs to be corrected, that particular para. All right, next issue. All right, so if you don't accept that you can have free fares for 5 to 18-year-olds, then why would they accept essentially a 40% discount? I mean, surely the argument's the same. It's only a question of degree. You are still going to be subsidising, either through users or ratepayers, those aged 5 to 18.
So I can, sorry, just, Kate, sounds like it's me from her, but I can tell you just through the submission we got, they were clear, it's explicit in there, they support a concession, but not 100% concession. And that was
Right.
the message.
Okay, so there's no logic to what they were saying then, because at the end of the day, it is still going to be a subsidy. The question now we're arguing about simply is degree, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
That was ultimately the decision for the panel was in terms of the recommendations to what degree. That's correct.
Okay, and the question I had very quickly, sorry, Gold Card. Could you please explain to me what are the rules for Gold Card travellers on public transport as a consequence of this?
If I can answer that, because I actually asked this, because that funding is not National Land Transport funding, but it is capped. So in Dunedin, we reach our cap with people using it between 9 and 3, and in the weekends and after 6. Sorry, after 6 and in the weekends.
So do they travel free?
They travel free between 9 and 3, and after 6, and in the weekends. Yes.
So
you put a B card when you come down here and use it. So
no,
you know.
But you see how the contradiction runs, don't you? So we can't have free kids. We can't have free fares for kids, but we can have free fares for people who have Super Gold Card. How absurd!
Yeah. So again, we're getting into the position of debating central government policy. So the Gold Card rules, which Kate has just outlined, are set, and we apply those. I won't enter into a debate about the logic, Michael. I know where that's coming from. We're applying, and the only decision that was reached here was specific to the Warrington service, where we had a request to consider a deviation from central government policy, and there's a recommendation in the report from the panel around that. But ultimately, the balance of that Gold Card process and how it's implemented is consistent with the direction we get and the rest of the country.
Right. So, and just to wrap all this up then, so at the end of the day, the real reason that the panel has recommended this, so that I'm quite clear about it, is because despite overwhelming community sentiment and support of the existing policy being even enlarged for free kids 5 to 18, is because NZTA bureaucrats have said they don't like it. Have I summarised that correctly?
Essentially, government policy has determined NZTA's position.
Thank you.
All right. Sorry, Councillor Meetham had his hand up next.
I was just about to clarify. The 40% discount was suggested as being consistent with Auckland and Tauranga by NZTA. So that's why I just want to close the loop on that.
Yep, thank you, Councillor Meetham.
The current $2 bus fare and the current level of funding from NZTA is creating deficits in our performance, the financial performance in public transport at the moment. With an increase to the $2.50 and also a reduction in NZTA funding, are we going to break even with our public transport performance?
So a couple of things. It's not the fares and subsidies themselves that create a deficit. It is the way we have previously built our budget. Some of those are conscious decisions to not run a balanced budget in public transport and incur a deficit, and that happened through COVID and for other reasons, and other things where, like the discussion we had through Annual Plan, where we had missed contract commitments and not including them in budget. So I don't think it's fair to say it's an outcome of the subsidies or fares themselves. It's part of the budgeting process to ensure that it's breaking. What they're seeking to do is to ensure that the contribution from both the taxpayer through subsidy and the ratepayer through ORC's rates are reduced and a greater amount is collected through fare box. This position that's been reached through the RPTP will start to take us in that direction. It is a gradual process. The notes in there around, it's not going to be an enormous step immediately. There's a process that we'll work through. I think the panel's recommended reviewing fares on an annual basis and also looking at the zone fares. So I am confident this will lead to the outcomes that the government has sought. We'll have to continue to monitor it. And then in terms of the break even, it's not, I guess it's just how you define break even. I guess I look at it as a balanced budget. Are we setting the budget in a way that means at the end of the year, we're going to have achieved what we set ourselves in terms of fare recovery, NZTA subsidy and ORC rates. We believe this year that we've got that right, but again, there are a number of things that can impact it during the year, and we'll just have to keep monitoring those.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Nicole.
Yeah, just a quick question around paragraph 45, this is around your private share, 45, 46. Whereby, 45 and 46, whereby the expectation of NZTA is that our private shares go from 24% up to 42% over the next 3 years, where the staff have proposing slightly reduced targets to that. My question is, how are the NZTA targets consistent across the country, or is there any reason? That's pretty much my question. And is our response consistent across the country?
NZTA targets and recommendations varied by region. Otago has one of the higher private share ratios. Our modelling obviously indicated that their initial proposals and then the staff response 2025 30 was unreachable, which is why we recommended to bring some of those targets down. So yes, ours are high in Otago compared to most regions, with a few exceptions.
I did just clarify that the targets that we've recommended are in paragraph 52. So the paragraph 46 was what we originally suggested in December, and then as Jack's just referenced, the modelling showed they were slightly too ambitious. Paragraph 52 has what we have set, which is 20% for this year, 23 for next year, and 25. Still higher than many of the other regions, and particularly the regions that we sort of compare ourselves to in terms of how we operate. So quite significantly higher.
I'm just trying to get a bit of a feel for. I was sort of following up on what Michael's one around, the discount for young people on buses, and how big is the hammer that's hanging over our head, basically, that if because we've been advised that they don't particularly want free fare, but we could have a significantly higher discounted amount of, particularly of our private share is in a higher percentage around the country. Is it like do you get the feel? Well, I don't know who this question is for. Do you get the feeling from the panel that it's more important the level that we have a standard, we have a significant level of fare per passenger, as opposed to the overall amount collected as private share?
Yeah, look, it's not a. I'll try and take this. Just a comment on the private share. Otago's two transport networks perform very well in terms of private share as an overall part of funding. What's very clear from the government is, regardless of how you're performing, they want to see an increase. So they're not looking for equity across all networks. They're looking for all networks to increase. So the fact we're doing a lot better than some regions doesn't negate the need for us to continue to seek higher amounts of private share and lesser contributions from government subsidy and rates. So I'd just say that, and that has been made very clear from the original information that came from the minister, and that is now what NZTA are applying through their processes and through their submissions to councils when they're setting these sorts of things. In terms of the comment around the hammer over our head in terms of decisions, it's impossible to say because it's not a black or white thing. I think what the panel weighed up was the submission from NZTA, which must carry a significant amount of weight because they are the agency that are representing the government's position within the GPS. So the panel rightly needs to very carefully consider their submission and the messages that they give us in terms of where we're setting things. And I think what you've seen in the outcome and the recommendations from the panel does give it that weight, but it also looks at how child fares are dealt with around the country, just as a guide, and then that's then led to the 40% discount off the adult fare. But there is no specific answer that is, if we didn't do it, what would the potential impact be? What we do know, though, is that there is a potential impact when we next go through the process of land transport funding and national land transport funding, and that's where the risk lies.
Councillor Forbes and then Sunderland.
Just thinking quickly about that, paragraph 45 tells us what NZTA's initial proposed targets were, and 46 tells us the agreed staff level proposed targets, which are below those of NZTA. Just checking that NZTA, how are they? Have they pushed back on that at all?
No, they haven't. We were clear at the time that we were providing them some targets based on the data we had, but it was still to be ratified by council through the RPTP process. So they were well aware they were just the staff, and we were just really flagging with them that what they initially set was way too high and would never be met. What the panel's now been able to consider is modelling and other information prepared by staff, which has led to the final numbers, which are down in 52, and that will be communicated to NZTA, and they're expecting an update from us.
Councillor Mead, Somerville, then Meathom.
Yeah, thanks. Look, more on this private share, I'm afraid. And I see the in paragraph 52 what the recommendations come through. The staff modelling is set out in paragraph 49, and that is actually comes in at less than what we're recommending. How do we reconcile these two things?
Yeah, so for ORC, our easiest opportunity to realise increased private share is fare box recovery, but there are other opportunities, and so that's a piece of work that we'll need to do in terms of, potentially advertising on buses or bus stops and trying to, just optimise other revenue opportunities. We don't have a lot. We don't have massive problems with fare evasion. So, there are some of the, Auckland, for example, has officers that are employed to prevent fare evasion. That would cost us a whole lot more than we would gain. So we don't have many, but there are a few other levers that we'd like to look into to see if we can close that gap.
Yeah, and if a target was 25 and we achieved 24%, I don't think NZTA would be too unimpressed.
One more.
Thank you. Going back to the child fares, which seems to me a really important issue, and we have got a whole things to weigh up. Should this council decide to make a different decision from what's been recommended here, a different discount, what would that process mean for all the financial stuff and all the other things we're deciding today? How would we negotiate that? How difficult would that be?
Through the chair, we could accommodate that. I would just suggest that if you do think that way, I just ask if we could have a brief with German. I've got some advice on it, coincidentally, just in case it happened. So I'd just like to work through that, and then we can come back and set out what we would do.
Thanks.
Councillor Meathom.
Richard, during your report, I did allude to the statement of performance measures. So could I just take you to this question? Our key priorities in the PTP, which is in diligent page 314. We've identified focus areas of passenger experience, building trust, environmental sustainability, connection and integrated network and value for money. And then we've identified also in this table the key priorities under those focus areas. Is it the intention of management to determine these performance measures, or bring these performance measures into our statement of performance measure report, which I guess is about to be rejigged as we're getting to the end of the financial year?
So through the chair, so the priorities in the RPTP are what I would describe as a level higher than what we generally report on in the level of service measures. So some of them translate across in terms of, you know, access to timetabling, ticketing, real-time information. We've got some information around timetabling and reliability and things, but there wasn't a plan to specifically have level of service measures that align with these key priorities.
If that's the case, how do we know if we're achieving our priorities?
So I think there's two parts to that. One is the service measures included in the annual plan are subject to audit and need to meet the test that audit put on these. And some, as Anita explained, some of them do, some of them don't. It would be very difficult to create measures that meet audit standards in terms of how we would measure them at the end of the year. I think the process rests with Transport to be reporting back through their regular annual reporting. Because it is, some of this will be more in the qualitative than quantitative analysis, to make sure that the Public and Active Transport Committee, or whatever the future iteration of that is in a future triennium, is able to monitor these priorities that sit within the RPTP. But I don't think it actually is possible to include some of these in those community measures because of the way they're couched in here and because of the audit requirements around measures.
And just to add, the piece of work that we'll do once the RPTP is adopted as an implementation plan. So that we'll look at, you know, what different tools we have to address the key priorities and what we already do and what we need to supplement. So deliver a high quality customer experience. We do an annual customer survey, a service survey. So that's, you know, one way to do it. Promotion and education, obviously we'll work with our comms team to understand what we can do in terms of you know, reducing barriers to access, and we already meet with Disabled Persons Assembly and things like that. So, but the implementation plan will set out how we are looking to achieve those priorities.
So you're confident that you've got processes in place that will inform us whether or not we are meeting these key priorities?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Forbes.
Just got one last one here, question, because we didn't go far into Michael's question, Councillor Laws's question about looking at having other bus users, i.e. the adult bus users, subsidise children with those fares. And I wonder if that had actually been considered at any time. I remember we received a paper that talked about the impacts of lifting fares and the point at which we start to lose patronage to an unacceptable level. But I just wonder if we can close that loop on what.
Yes, I was reflecting on that modelling we did, and what a lot of that modelling showed was that obviously, especially in the short term, pumping up those base fares higher gives you more revenue, but particularly in the long term, once you start going past the $2.50 to $3 or $3.50, the patronage impact started to overwhelm the increased revenue per user. So there wasn't much ability beyond the $2.50 adult fare to get more revenue from adults. And so in that sense, with the child revenue, when you're giving free fares to children, that's revenue that you potentially can't get back any other way, which makes it a bit hard to, well, not in any way, just straight through adults. So yes, that modelling showed roughly that you might be able to get a little more revenue, you know, $2.50, $2.60, $2.70, even $3. But we were starting at the limit, particularly on the 10-year time frame.
So I lose. Thanks. It's good to understand.
Don't appear to be any other questions, so I'll come to you, Councillor Noone.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm happy to move recommendation 1 through to 15.
Is there a seconder to move those? Councillor Wilson, if you'd like to speak, Councillor Noone.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think I mean, the first one's really straightforward. The second one, I just want to reiterate the move from $2 to $2.50. And if you take into consideration inflation over the last 4 or 5 years, you would land at about that number. So I don't think that's unreasonable. Moving down to 3, 4, 5, and 6, they all relate to the discussion we had around zones, or it was a key point in the draft through the consultation process, and we recognise that zoning, some form of zoning, would be appropriate. The views were mixed, but the reality is that once again, this is an NZTA push as well. But I think if we can come up with a simple, affordable, reliable regime, it will be the right thing for both passenger transport in Queen's and Dunedin. We move down to number 7. Where we've had a brief discussion about the free fares for 5 to 12-year-olds, and moving towards a $1.50 fare from 5-year-olds to 18-year-olds. That pretty much sets it out there, and we've sort of had touched on the reasons for that. And once again, as Councillor Wilson alluded to, this is a similar move to other parts of New Zealand in terms of regional councils adopting a similar approach. The number 9 is once again that particular issue that had popped up is inconsistent with NZTA policy. So we're pulling ourselves into line, so to speak. Number 10, we've touched on the private share targets of 20% for 24-25. We're hovering around about just under 19% pretty much as we speak. And so mind you, the latest data actually running through to June, May even be a little bit better than that, who knows. But I think the important thing with regards to the private share is that we get on a journey to increase it. The policy that has been introduced is a policy that existed back in 2017. This isn't completely foreign territory, but also I think if you recognise that the overall cost from an operational cost perspective, the fares are still a very modest amount of what it actually costs from an operational perspective. Moving on to the next one, which relates to, we probably covered that off in terms of noting the profit share recommendations and what it's based on. We also note under 12 that the ongoing engagement with NZTA, and I didn't appreciate that there is a very close alignment with the NZTA staff and our own staff here at the Otago Regional Council, and that's obviously an ongoing regime, and that will continue, and obviously they will be informed, NZTA will be informed, as Jack's already alluded to, in terms of our targets and how we're tracking on a less than, I imagine, a yearly basis, but 3 months, 6 months, etc. I imagine that there'll be plenty of conversations happening in that space. As we move down, I think 13 is in relation to, so we had a lot of submissions, and actually once again NZTA featured fairly strongly. I think they raised 70 odd submission points, and there were lots of other submission points that were raised with the draft document, and the amendments that occurred under 13 essentially a response to submitters. There was just a lot. Some of it's to do with wording, well, most of it was actually to do with wording, but there were points that were valid, and we took them on board, and the appropriate amendments have been recommended. And number 14 is pretty straightforward, and 15 is pretty straightforward. So that's, yep. And I just reserve my right to speak.
Sure.
The conclusion of the debate.
Councillor Wilson has seconded. Did you want to speak? Yeah, no, okay, yeah, I realise that. We got Councillor Laws and then Councillor Weir.
Okay, just for just a note of clause 8, or sorry, recommendation 8, it should be it's not 40% of the adult bus fare, is it? It's either a discount of 40%.
So just to clarify, the recommendation is the discount is 40%. So the child and youth discounts be set to 40% of the adult base fare. So I think that's correct.
But you say it's $1.50 of $2.50. That's not 40%.
The discount is 40%. So the 40% of $2.50 is $1. So the discount is $1 off $2.50.
All right. Okay. It's English language, doesn't matter. I'm going to oppose item 7 and item 8. Or recommendations 7 and recommendation 8 for the following reasons. First of all, there's overwhelming Dunedin community support for free bus fares for children aged 5 to 18. And when I mean overwhelming, it was about 9 out of 10 of those who made submissions on this issue were in support. There have been an extraordinary number of submissions on this particular issue. In fact, 10 times the number to our annual plan. And for equity and educational reasons, it seems quite clear that this is a good policy. And for the Otago Regional Council, there are good reasons to promote it. In addition, I'm looking at the budget of the Dunedin public transport. It looks about $28 million, 436,000. It's less than 2% of the total budget. That's the cost of this particular policy, were free school buses to be implemented. But here's the logic. There's no logic to the NZTA position. Zero. There are free school buses currently run by the Ministry of Education throughout the Otago region. They are free. There's a free gold card usage on our public transport. Free, so my age group, who probably don't need this concession, in actual fact can travel free. But we are going to now start to implement a fare schedule upon those who probably can least afford it, and that's families who are under some degree of stress and strain at the moment, who still have a cost of living crisis. And I have to say, in Dunedin, that's probably more pronounced than other parts of the Otago region. But then there's also David Seymour's Truancy Crusade, which is supportive and a good idea to try and get kids back to school. And that's all about removing the barriers to learning. Well, here's a financial barrier that we're imposing upon probably exactly those kind of families who can least afford this particular fare increase. At $1.50 a day times 40 school year, the additional cost to school to a family budget would be $600 per child, which may not sound a lot to people who are on incomes of over 6 figures, but for those who are putting their kids on those buses, $600, and then extrapolate that by the number of children that they might have who are at school, becomes extraordinarily expensive and an impost upon a budget that doesn't currently exist, but we're going to put one there. Listen, bureaucrats at the end of the day are unelected functionaries. This is one of those issues in which, for the reasons I've just outlined, you might easily and well lobby politically for their exceptions to be made, and there are good arguments to do so. I'm not convinced that simply kowtowing to a bunch of NZTA bureaucrats who don't understand the illogic and irrationality of their position, particularly in comparison to other government policies, is the right thing to do. And sometimes the Otago Regional Council needs to get on its hind legs of those times.
Oh, you're finished presenting. Sorry, you just froze for a wee minute at the end there, but thanks, Councillor Laws, we got that. Okay, so next person is Councillor Weir.
Yeah, I was honoured enough to be on the hearings panel this time around for the regional public transport plan. And I just want to start off by giving a massive thanks to staff. Firstly, for the engagement that we got throughout the process, that was really above and beyond, multiple times more than any submissions that we'd had for previous plans. And that was thanks to staff. I mean, also thanks to the community's interest, but really thanks to staff going above and beyond there. Sort of jack on street corners multiple times. Just I was reeling in people from the street to come and give their thoughts on public transport. And we got hundreds and hundreds of written submissions, but also in person as well. And then also through the actual writing of the draft RPTP, which I heard countless times was a really, really impressive document, both easy to read for people looking at, including the consultation document of it as well, but also outlined a really hopeful future while balancing all of the things we have to balance. So massive kudos to staff there. And then also thanks to the submitters, the hundreds of submitters who were really engaged and showed that they had read the relevant info on what they were submitting on, which was really good. We had really heartfelt submissions, both written and in person, and it really helped us as a panel to understand those experiences within the community. I think in particular from users of the total mobility scheme we heard lots from, and so we'll be keeping a close eye on the government review of that going forward, which I think is important to note. So in terms of the recommendations that we have, in particular what we've been discussing today, I think I was somewhat comfortable with raising the adult fare to $2.50 from $2, but reintroducing fares for under 13s was particularly hard for me to stomach, as I'm sure my fellow panelists can attest to. And I completely agree with Councillor Law's early assessment of central government policy there, because it is absurd, although it does come from ministers rather than the bureaucrats within NZTA. But those targets and policies are largely arbitrary. They're inconsistent with other policies, and they ultimately are just ideology above both evidence and that overwhelming community support. 89% of submitters wanted us to retain free fares for under 13s. And I do believe we should be highlighting public transport to Minister Seymour when it comes to the government's truancy efforts. And so that's a conversation that we should be taking forward as well. However, what became clear over the process is that we don't really have a choice. As paragraph 27 does outline, the risk to existing service cuts, in addition to any future services that we might want to implement to the co-funding there. We can't risk cuts to existing services and losing all the gains that we've made so far. But I do resent that we've been presented with this lose-lose sort of Sophie's choice there. But despite this hostile funding environment, there's some real minor wins outlined in the short term. The plan has the potential to be really positive in the medium and long term, and I think sets us up to continue to strategically grow the network once we're operating under a more positive government policy statement. So looking forward to our conversation, presumably next year, around zoning and fare structure, especially around fare capping, which I think has the potential to relieve some of these new cost pressures off those using our buses regularly, especially young people, as well as a collaborative initiative, so we can look at like fair share programs and stuff like that. So really looking forward to that conversation when that comes around with the Motu-Move implementation. But ultimately really proud of this regional public transport plan, despite the position that we've been put in. So, kia ora.
Thanks, Councillor Weir. Councillor Mepham, then McColl.
It's going to be, sounds like a track record this, but I in principle disagree with the fears for 5 to 12-year-olds, and I think it just needs to be documented, acknowledged that the responsibility for the increase in these child fears sits squarely on the shoulders of central government through NZTA. Thank you.
Councillor McColl.
Yeah, first of all, I'd just like to thank the panel that went through all the submissions and it was, had some serious considerations and decisions to make. So thank you very much, because you made some pretty tough calls, so well done. I just a couple of three quick points for me. Otago in general, public transport is experiencing year-on-year increasing patronage. It's a high, so it achieves high customer satisfaction levels, and it has a high private share percentage as compared to some of our peers around the country. So to me, this indicates that we have an efficient public service, transport service in the Otago region that we can be proud of. And so I just want to say thank you very much, and I appreciate the time the panel's put in. I certainly will understand the position that we're in, and right now I'll be supporting them all motions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sumble, have you already spoken? Okay, thank you. Or have you? Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, look, it is repeating what has been said, and I'm happy with all these recommendations, except for the one about removing free fees for children. And as we've heard, the ORC is really caught here. We're caught between the needs of our community, the clearly expressed wish of our community, and government direction that has been pointed out as coming from government, coming from ministers. And though I really hate the idea of having to vote to bring back fees for 5 to 12-year-olds, as we've heard, particularly Councillor Weir, Ladies and Councillor Moon before, the risk to our other public transport services, unfortunately, is great if we don't follow that. And that is most unfortunate. And as I think Councillor Metham said, yes, the responsibility for that is coming from central government. On a happier note, good to see inserted in the Regional Public Transport Plan a bit about collaborate with key stakeholders to explore interregional public transport opportunities such as public buses, passenger rail, and coach sharing on other services. So thank you for everyone's work on this.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I share the pleasure of attending these hearings. The community involvement and staff input was absolutely fabulous, and it is absolutely no doubt to me that people of Otago are very onto the potential of buses, and not just with our now, but really beg us to look at an regional and an intra-regional service. And that I'm delighted that CE has said the resources will be there to start looking at some of that planning space in the next year, which is great. I'm not going to add to anything that anyone else has picked up and already spoken about, but I would foreshadow a further motion in light of the debate that has happened today. And should this pass, I would like to move that the ORC writes to the Minister Seymour and Minister Bishop outlining a concern with the potential negative effects of attendance at school, should these with the fare raising that we need to put in place, and also the inequity of us having a higher private share than some other councils being required to do because of our brilliant take-up of buses by the community already. And to that extent, I'll just foreshadow that now, because I think that may address the issue. The other part of this is that we're bringing it into play later than some councils, the raising, because we're doing it with the motor at a time that makes more sense. I can't remember if it's with motor share or something else. Oh no, it's providing us with consultation time. So there is time if we wrote to the ministers to see if they want to relieve us of some of those pressures, since some of this came in with a different minister.
Thanks. Just capturing those 2 points. So yeah, right to Minister Seymour and Bishop regarding implications to attendance and inequity, regional inequities in private revenue. Words around those peak. Like Kate's going to craft it and send it through. So that's an additional foreshadowed. Do I need a second now? Might as well
Second.
later.
It's only if it passes.
Okay, only for passes, okay? Yep,
Madam Chair, I'm happy that it's added to
Added
the
on.
existing
add it to
recommendations.
the existing, yep. Sounds good. Got that? Yep, okay, so we've still got some hands up then, just checking I've got everyone ready on the list, yep, so we're up to Councillor Malcolm.
Really, what I can see over 5 years of working in this transport space, which I never thought I would be, coming to a regional council that's basically environmental, is the improvement within the transport group and the improvements we've seen in services, and certainly in my case, improved understanding of the complexities of it and what we're trying to achieve. So, you know, I believe our transport team is on a very, very good path. The real issue we have is the formula that NZTA has, and that is symptomatic of so many governments that put in formulas over the whole of a country, when we know different regions are completely different and have completely different complexities. And if we look at Otago trying to get an efficient bus service running, a more efficient, sorry, I just better put that word more in, a more efficient bus service. And we've only got 250,000 people, and we've got 125 rating units thereabouts. Where Canterbury has, and we've got hills, and where Canterbury has 700,000 people, probably 260, 300,000 rating units, and dead flat land. And then you look at Wellington with 500,000 odd people and a huge amount of rating units. We're up against it because we're trying to supply the same sort of service. It just simply doesn't. It doesn't add up the way they do it. It should not be one set, and government needs to realise that. And that's the part we should be hammering at. Whatever government is in power, that a system cannot be exactly the same for every area. Simple as that. I've just got no problem with that. It is actually our responsibility. It is not central government's responsibility to set a fare for the younger age groups. It's actually ours. We make that decision now, and we carry that decision. It's $431,000, I hear. Well, if you have a look at later on, we're going to do our annual plan. We have a surplus in that annual plan of $730,000. So there's your answer there if you want to go down that track. You would then have to reflect on that for future years, but that may give you an opportunity to sit down and say, well, listen, we're going to carry that fare for this first part. We're already shown that our fare box recovery is at a very good level compared to other areas. So at the end of the day, it is not central government's decision. It's how we adapt our own decision making to what policy is put down on front of us. So there is an option. We need look, bus fares. So I started catching a bus in the 60s, and that was 15 cents from Port Chalmers to Dunedin. And we had to pay that. We had to pay that from a very good Harrington Street bus stop that's still very good now. So in reality, we've been and now probably $1.50 is right. Circumstances socially may have changed. So it is our responsibility now to decide whether we are going to. Our panel's made a decision based on all the facts in front of it and all the conditions in front of it and a whole heap of submissions. We either support that or say we want to keep our youth fares down, or child fares down to zero. So we can do that right now. Great report. Thank you for the team that was part of it. And we give the council that option of making their own decision on where that $431,000 will come from. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, well, it's important to recognise the work that's gone into this. I want to thank Anita. I want to thank all your staff. We've got Grace, Daniel, Robin and Jack, but there's a whole team of people as well that have been involved. And yeah, generating a huge amount of interest from community as well, and a essential service that's actually incredibly important for Otago. So yeah, big thanks to the staff, a huge thanks to the panel, and others have thanked you already. But yeah, that's a huge amount of work undertaking to synthesize 549 submissions and hear from many of those in person as well, and present back to us recommendations. So huge thanks to Andrew, Kate and Elliot for all the work that you've done there. Massive thanks to the submitters, and people have recognised that already. 549 groups or individuals or households put in submissions, which is a massive percentage when you think about it of Otago even, or bus users, communities where buses are. So thanks heaps for that, everyone. We've had some really quality information coming back here. Even with free fares for 5 to 12-year-olds, we are performing as one of the highest in the country in terms of that private revenue generation. At a local level, we do understand the levers to pull, and we do understand how to run buses. We are under the requirements to meet the GPS, which is the government policy statement around public transport. So we don't have a choice in that one, but there's a real big issue that many people have brought up already. We're not rewarded for our success. Instead, we are penalised and threatened with removal of current services. And that's simply not okay. It's not okay when we need to be running those buses for our communities and getting as many people on buses as we possibly can. So we know that that tipping point is at $2.50, and we've heard that from staff again today, or around that area. It's a model, so we don't know exactly. But imagine if you're if you're a family, and yeah, you're paying your $2.50, so someone else in your family, and then you've got some kids as well. And exactly as Council Law says, it all adds up. What is the tipping point? Actually, for an individual who's pays for their whole family, you know? They've already paid their $2.50, they've got additional bills on top of that. But yeah, that's right. We do have to meet the requirements that the government policies put upon us. We've been told that 100% reduction in fares is not okay. There's no support for that, and that actually our current funding for our current services may be a threat. Well, yeah, that's not okay. It's not okay when we've already heard as well that we need to be getting we need to be weighing up for local communities what is really important. It's more than just the benefit that you could get to reductions in rates in this area. There's a whole lot of other costs as well. Exactly, Council Laws is raised around getting kids to school, reducing congestion. That's a really important one as well for us, and why working with our district councils and ourselves, we wanted to dramatically increase the percentage of people getting onto public transport, because many reasons that we've weighed up. Some of them are around congestion, and the costs of that are huge in terms of infrastructure costs, in terms of loss in production and revenue as well. We're on roads. Climate, there's a whole lot of other stuff that we weigh up. So yeah, we're in this position. I really want to thank the panel, as I've said, and I think Councillor Nunia outlined really well that we're striking a balance with the $2.50 and with all the other decisions that we've made. We're striking the balance with ensuring that under these policies that have been put in place by government, we are trying to get as many people on public transport as we possibly can without tipping that balance any further. So thank you very much, everyone. If there's any other comments from any councillors who didn't get a chance to speak, please raise your hand now. Otherwise, I'm going to hand over to Councillor Noon. Councillor Forbes.
I'm sorry I wasn't able to be on the panel this year because this subject is dear to my heart, but I think we've done an amazing job to the panel. Thank you. and to staff negotiating this horrid line that we've had to do. I fully agree with Councillor Weir's comments, and I don't think this is the moment to pick another fight with government. If we didn't have the other fights going on, I might be up for it. But right now, I think this is the best that we can do, and I think we've chosen the right line. I don't want to see children paying for bus fares. I think I totally support Councillor Wilson's added motion to portray to show our opinion, to show what we really think to the ministers and let them start to think about how they might address this. There is no logic, as Councillor Laws has pointed out. It makes no sense at all. And I really don't see why we give free fares to superannuants, but not to children. Given I understand that there's different hours involved and different congestion things. This is also a climate change response. There are many benefits, health, all sorts of others I don't need to go through here, of having a good, strong public transport and a system that works, it's cheap, convenient and reliable. And I think this is the best we can do at this stage, but it is by no means excellent or even really good. But we've done the best that we can. So thank everybody for that, and we'll be voting for all of those motions on the table.
Excuse me, Councillor No.
Firstly, just thanks to my colleagues for all your comments. It was a really rewarding process to be involved, and I failed to acknowledge staff at the front end, and I need to just say to the planning staff, the comm staff, governance staff, thank them for their support. And I know, and this includes Robin Hyde, and I know the team worked tirelessly because we were under an extremely tight time frame. There was a lot of work done over the weekend or several weekends, and I know that even during the week they went way beyond their normal operating hours. So much appreciated from the governance arm. Just only a couple of comments I want to make. In terms of free buses via Ministry of Education, those services have eligibility criteria, and it's a very strict regime, and there are not MOE bus services universally across Dunedin and Queenstown, so there really isn't another option in that category. Like others around the table, I'm just not prepared to take the risk by ignoring government policy. It would be at our peril, and I'm just nervous about, as others have said, losing existing services. I just think that would be dumb to go down that pathway. And the only other comment I was going to make, it was regarding I'll cover that off. Yeah, and regarding Kate's additional submission, I think that's fair enough to outline our disappointment that the framework that we've got to work within is so rigid and not sort of flexible enough to be able to take into local conditions in terms of, particularly in relation to the youth and child fares. So without further ado, that's my final comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Noon. So yeah, right, can we put up that additional one, although I'm sure we're all well aware of what it's covering. And we have the mover and the seconder both accept that they're happy to be seconders, and that I think we'll just take them all together. Yeah. Councillor McCall.
Well, I was just wondering whether we should be writing to the Minister of Education as well, as opposed to just the Associate Minister.
Yep.
Yeah, fine. Or CC them in.
Mm-hmm. The
Education Minister, Erica.
Councillor Malcolm.
Chair, just with conversations that have been forward, I just stand, while it may seem cumbersome, I wonder if we should be taking these as separate motions, because there are certain parts that are clearly have been more discussed than others. And while there is apparent agreement on a lot of those requests, of those recommendations, there's clearly some that are
1 to 6, back 1 to 6 then.
yes, you could do, yes.
Yeah, I can't really extract out which ones that might be individual councillors' problems or not. So I think.
Well, 7 and 8, with your indulgence, is the key.
Can I also money to get my driver's license done? I think it was like $40, and then I can work.
Oh, we could eat. I think we should take them all together still. So if anyone wants a division, they can.
Yes, please. I want a division on recommendations 7, 8 and 16.
Which means I'll have to take them all.
You can take everything else.
You cannot, no, I'm taking them all together, then it's going to have to be a division on them all together. Yep. So, okay, we're taking them all together and you are either for or against. Yep.
Well, Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
What is it, a procedural?
Yes, the recommendation 16 has just been added, so there has been no opportunity to debate that particular recommendation. The other recommendations have been debated, but recommendation 16 has been added consequent to.
1 to 15, and then we will do 16 with mover Andrew Known, seconded Councillor Wilson separately. Yep. Rightio.
Councillor Forbes?
Yes.
Councillor Kelleher?
Yes.
Councillor Laws?
No.
Councillor Malcolm?
No.
Councillor McCall?
Yes.
Councillor Methven?
Yes.
Councillor Noon?
Yes.
Councillor Robertson?
Yes.
Councillor Somerville?
Yes.
Councillor Weir?
Yes.
Councillor Wilson?
Yes.
Motion has passed.
Thanks. Motion passed. Now number 16. Right, would the mover of that like to speak to it? Although you did probably at the time.
I've spoken to it, but I'm not the mover.
Right.
Okay, I'm moving it. Look, I think it's important to remember that the government have a certain position, and we have gone through a process and found it extremely difficult to be able to deliver a public passenger transport plan that fully meets, I suppose, our aspirations, our community's aspirations, without having to abide by a framework that has very little flexibility. And I think the minister will need to receive the feedback to ensure that they're left better informed after we've been through one of these processes, to show that the policies that have been introduced are not necessarily fit for purpose when you take into consideration local conditions. So it's going to be a useful process, because I feel that on behalf of and as Elliot has alluded to, the 89% of submitters that made it pretty clear that they weren't keen on the idea of children fares changing from being free to some form of charge. So I think it's important to inform them. To serve our community well, I think it's an important thing to do.
Thank you. Councillor Laws.
Listen, we've just voted to accept, well, the majority of councillors have anyhow, a policy that we recognise as irrational, inequitable, contradictory of other government policy initiatives, and essentially falling into line with the recommendations of unelected NZTA bureaucrats. And now all we're going to do is write a letter expressing concern about the unintended consequences. Councillor Malcolm made a very good point. I wish everybody had listened to him when he made it, and it was this, that this is our decision. It's not the government's. It's not NZTA's. It's not the bureaucrats. It's our decision. And there are options that we did have, but we've chosen not to take. And now, almost to salve our conscience on that one, we've decided to write a letter, which seems vaguely pathetic in comparison with voting for a policy that we know to be irrational, inequitable, and contradictory. This needs to be much stronger than this. We could have deferred, but you've chosen now not to. But you're writing a letter. This is sort of window dressing, really, and I think it lacks courage. It lacks leadership. We are the elected representatives of our community. We've just gone against overwhelming community sentiment, and now we're going to salve our conscience, as I said, by writing a letter. That doesn't seem particularly courageous to me, or particularly political, and it will be wholly ineffective as a lobbying technique. This requires, as I said in my earlier speech, for us to get on our hind legs and protest, or at least to advocate, but we're not. We're writing a letter, like all the other letters we've written, and I'm sure they'll receive it and put it in the usual green rubbish bin where most of these go.
Councillor Weir, then Wilson.
Yeah, I guess first just want to cover off this sort of debate around our decision today, because as we've said, yeah, it is our decision, and we could go ahead and put the money in, but that's not the concern for me. Is the money? It's our risk to future co-fund, different money, but and those potential cuts to co-funding for existing services. It's not the actual cost of the fresh fares that I'm concerned with here, and so we can recognise that the government policy, which is from government rather than the bureaucrats per se, is irrational, and still be rational in our adoption of it through this process, given the consequences, potential consequences if we did not. In terms of advocating against this, I think this is one step we can do towards that. I'm very open to other measures as well. And I think there's two parts here. So the first is highlighting the inequities across regions and the consequences of having such stringent and constrained policies from the government policy statement and requirements. And then the other part, I think, is actually highlighting an opportunity to connect some dots. And I think those are three things. So the first is free fares being discontinued for under 13s in our region. The second is Mr. Seymour's campaign to reduce truancy. And the third is the Ministry of Education and their slowly continuing pulling out of bus routes and the impacts that has on both students and presumably truancy, and the impact on our network as well. I think we want to highlight that, you know, if we're picking up more students that the Ministry of Education would otherwise be taken to school, that's going to lower our fare revenue, which feels a bit, or our fare revenue share, which feels a bit perverse, but also highlighting an opportunity to really link up these services and actually do it in a way that is logical. And we can all just come together and say, look, if Ministry of Education is putting this money in, if regional councils are putting this money in, it's all coming from, you know, the ratepayer or the taxpayer eventually. Let's figure out what the best way to get kids to school on buses is. And if that sits with the regional council, then fund it properly, both at a regional and national level. I think that conversation is happening with local government. New Zealand or has the potential to happen with I think Nelson leading that conversation. And so I think potentially with this letter we could be highlighting that conversation and how that links to some of these trends that we're seeing and some of the consequences that will come out of that government policy statement. So just trying to connect those dots really.
All right, well, there we go. Look, my frustration with you, Michael, Councillor Laws, is that you put up really, really good ideas. We follow suit and add this recommendation on your words, and then you won't go with it, which I find frustrating because your advice has been well received and noted. We have a new minister since the GPS, and he is a very different minister than the one that gave us the GPS. Will he listen? Well, actually, the last letter, thank you, Councillor, we were pointing it out last week. The last letter that this council wrote to a minister was listened to, and it came through in his, and it's the same minister, and it's come through in his recent advice that he is considering allowing for buses, especially public transport buses, to be given a free right of way. So, is it effective advocacy? We will not know unless we try. Are your points valid? Yes, they are. Let's try. I thank you for your concerns. I absolutely share them. And to that end, I'm really happy to support this motion, which is best advocacy along with anything we can do personally. And with your direct lines to other ministers, I'm sure you could do that. I think it's a great first step, but not the only step.
Thank you. We'll try and keep debate away from personal and on the point, but yeah, just wanted to note that. Councillor Malcolm.
My understanding is that the Ministry of Education is actually acting to the rules of their system and reducing services back to where they should be. And that's a real shame that previous ministry staff had not done that at the time and not allowed those services to grow. So I believe this letter, the key thing for this letter is to open that dialogue and let's get something going. But we need to take the next step, regardless of the reply from that letter, is to start that dialogue and express our concerns and ensure that we get some action to rectify that position.
Thank you. No further speakers. Okay. There was a division, I think, called on all of these. So, yeah.
Madam Chair, can I just ask, if you change the word rights to lobbies, I could support this motion. Lobbies is a more extensive political advocacy regime. Rights is just one part of that. So if the mover of the motion could change, if the mover of the motion would consent to changing the word rights to lobbies.
We can put both words in, rights to and lobbies.
Are you happy with rights to and lobbies and rights to or whatever?
Yeah, you'll probably be doing correct English way, please.
Well, I do what the mover and the second is saying. So, yep.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Councillor Forbes.
Yes.
Councillor Kelleher.
Yes.
Councillor Laws.
Yes.
Councillor Malcolm.
Yes.
Councillor McCall.
Yes.
Councillor Methven.
Yes.
Councillor Noon.
Yes.
Councillor Robertson.
Yes.
Councillor Somerville.
Yes.
Councillor Weir.
Yes.
Councillor Wilson.
Yes.
Motion has passed. All in favour.
Okay, motion passed. Well done.
I need lunch.
You can move to adjourn for lunch. Perfect. Councillor Malcolm, seconded Councillor Weir, all in favour. Aye.
Great timing.
What time?
Is it the right time?
Back at 12:30. Anyone that's online, thank you. Thanks, we're on everyone. We are up to another really important paper today. Thanks everyone. Just a short lunch break and now we're into it. 10.2 annual plan adoption. People come forth for this one, but yeah, another significant milestone today in considering the adoption of the annual plan. Thanks to the team, to Nick, to Jasmine, to Amanda, and all of the team that have been involved in this, and big thanks to Kevin and Tim as co-chair of the Finance Committee, but particularly Kevin and carrying us through this process and hearings. Thank you very much. Now, do we need any intro to this one?
Yeah, I think it would be great to hand over to Jasmine to do just an overview, and then Nick's got a couple of comments to make as well.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you. I'm very excited to be here at this stage of the annual plan process. This is a process which started last year, August, September, with a review of the LTP Year 2 programs and budgets. The step today enables Council to formally approve changes to the draft estimates and work programs, and the report recommends Council adopt the annual plan for 2025-26, which then enables the subsequent approval of rates and charges for the coming financial year. Although the annual plan 25-26 largely reflects the work programs as consulted and agreed in year 2 of the long-term plan, there have been some adjustments. Some of those were included in the draft annual plan, which we consulted with the community earlier this year. Other changes were made after further review of the financial forecasts and in consideration of the 51 submissions which were received through our community consultation process. Council held annual plan deliberations on the 27th and 28th of May, and at that meeting made further adjustments, and those decisions are reflected in the report and in the attached annual plan. The main changes around programs related to things like our transport, some transport services, timing of land and water planning work, timing of the air plan and strategy, some timing around our flood protection and drainage works, and the funding around a $2 million large-scale environmental fund. So the decisions made at that annual plan deliberations have led to a planned operational expenditure reducing by around $3 million from what was estimated in the LTP for year 2, and has resulted in a total operating expenditure of $140.6 million for the annual plan 2025-26. The associated rates that support that are $68.5 million, which is a reduction against the estimated LTP year 2 rates, but it also reflects an increase of 5.5% against the current year rates. So the report recommends that Council notes the changes that we've included in the plan, and also note that that those changes have been communicated to Council management for inclusion in programs for the coming year. The report seeks Council approval of the schedule of fees and charges. This will be applicable from 1 July 2025, and asks Council to resolve that it's financially prudent to have an annual operating surplus of $730,000 for the 2025-26 year. And finally, the report recommends Council adopt the Otago Regional Council annual plan for 2025-26 as attached to the report, and approve the delegation of any minor editorial corrections or formatting to the Chief Executive. And I will hand over to Nick for any further comments around financial.
Okay, so Jasmine already mentioned the rates increase has actually landed at 5.5%, so it's slightly down on what we estimated when we did the deliberations meeting, which we were at about 5.66 or 5.7. So actually slightly down, which is good. In the cover paper itself, we've given the median property examples and the average rates impact calculation as well. So as we had the discussion in the deliberations meeting, because they're effectively equate to different capital value amounts, they work out slightly differently. Most of those calculations across the districts, and we've done it for PT and non-PT examples where that applies in the district, are as we estimated in the deliberations meeting. The bit that's a little bit different, and this sort of flows through not just for this annual plan paper, but also into the rates resolution, is in Queenstown. Queenstown now, the database that we've got to calculate these rates and examples and the rates resolution on has been updated because it's April's database. What we were using earlier in the year in February was effectively from, I think it was December last year, didn't have the updated capital values from the revaluation in Queenstown. So those valuations are now in there. Because of that, the median examples that we've got are relatively in line with what we expected. But across the various properties and the examples that you'll see, and then in that supplementary graph that we did, the distributions and sensitivities for Queenstown, there is a lot more fluctuation in that district than what you're seeing elsewhere, because we're not using exactly the same base, and properties will move outside of the average or the medians, depending on whether their property revalued in line with the average revaluation, which was between 20 and 21%. I think it was 20.6% was the average increase. Just another couple of things to notice. We did, in going through, as we mentioned, and Jasmine mentioned, that there's one of the resolutions is just a recommendation for any minor editorial for the CE to be able to make. We've actually just spotted a couple on page 58 of the annual plan itself, which is 496 and diligent. You might just look, the formatting on that top table's got an extra column, we'll remove that. These are the sort of things that we will make, these sort of changes. Also, page 62 of the annual plan, which is 500 in diligent, the inflation note has a general note just at the top in italics that says that it has a period of high inflation. That was what we had for the LTP. We just need to modify that. We've modified the rest of the inflation note to note that high inflation has now dropped away. So we'll just edit that, the wording of that sentence in italics. And the other one also in the planning assumptions, page 66 of the annual plan and 504 in diligent, the managed fund returns. So there's a table with returns on our investments. Managed fund on the right-hand side should say 6.35%, which is in line with what we had for year 2 of the LTP. We hadn't changed that, but that 5.65% number is actually year 3 of the LTP. So we hadn't, just a typo, hadn't amended that in the note. So there are 3 that will definitely change. There might be some other minor things like that we spot as we finalise the document. That delegation to the CE allows us to do that. And obviously, none of those, if they're like that, none of those things have any impact or are of substance to the underlying result.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Malcolm.
I just one. I see that we are rating for the cost of election year, and we spread that over 3 years. So, what is the total cost that we've allowed there, and is that possible to fund that earlier out of the surplus that we have noted, the 730,000, and what impact would that have?
So the second part of that, I'll let Nick answer. So cost of election, well, what's in the budget for elections is $515,000. We are anticipating that that is actually going to be slightly under what we need, because when we set that, there's been a significant increase in postage costs since that budget was set. So I think, yeah, we are anticipating being a bit short. In terms of how it's funded, I'll let Nick.
Yeah, so that 500, we've obviously got the cost going out in next year's annual plan over the first 3 years of the LTP. So last year we rated 170,000. This year we rate 170, and next year we rate 170. So we just take the cost that's in year 2 and spread it over the 3 years of the LTP. If you were to go and say, yes, you want to reserve fund that, well, then what that would mean is, obviously the annual plan as we've got set, we'd have to go away and change it. So that would mean actually not adopting the annual plan or the rates resolution that follows, and coming back and doing the recalculation with that amount now reserve funded.
Subsequent question. So understand that. So if we said we could make the decision at the next annual plan to reserve fund it, as opposed to, because we have a surplus, as opposed to creating a rate for that additional funds, we could reserve fund it because we've made a surplus.
Yeah, you could, because in next year, in year 3, there's 170,000 planned to be rated for elections, even though there's no cost in next year's in year 3 of the LTP.
Thanks, Nick. Thank you. Thanks, Amanda.
Councillor Laws.
Hi, still up here.
Can you hear me now? Yes?
Yes.
Cool, thank you. The annual plan that we are going to pass today, and there's a piece in the overview that says, why does this document matter? And it says it matters because it will cover all the council's intended work over the next year, including financial information like costs, funding and rates. It also details how our plans are progressing and reflects some changes to the plan work programs while ensuring council stays aligned to its long-term goals. So I went looking in this for staff costs and salary increases of the FTE, and I couldn't find it anywhere in the annual plan that we're intending to publish this year, what the FTE numbers are, what we intend to do with them, and what the full staff wage and salary costs are. Can you point them out to me? Have I missed it? Are they not here?
We won't, I don't think we listed the FTE numbers, but in the statement of comprehensive revenue and expenses, and I'm just going to what page that will be to refer you to it. What are we? So if you go to page 68 of the annual plan document, which is 506 in diligent, there is financial statements. So there's the statement of comprehensive revenue and expense that has employee benefits included in that statement. So you can see the cost out the right-hand side for the annual plan year is 42.388 million. But I don't think we list the FTE number anywhere in this document. That's typically something that we put in the annual report. I don't think we've ever listed FTE number in annual plans.
Okay. Also, what's not included in here is the wage and salary increase. So, for example, I think you orally said to me in a workshop that last year it was a 5% average wage and salary increase for ORC employees, and this year it was an average of 4.5% wage and salary increase for all ORC employees. Is that listed in here as well?
No.
Why? isn't that a change year on year? And isn't that a factor in the reporting of financial information? Actually quite an important one.
So not our view is that we report on the total estimated staff costs, the salary and wage costs, which Nick's just pointed out in the statement. We haven't previously reported on average salary increases as part of this document.
I think that's why I asked the question in the workshop from memory as to why, and had to ask those questions. So are you satisfied that we're providing sufficient information?
Yes.
Well, of course you are, I suppose, otherwise you wouldn't have done it. Okay, all right. And the second one is page 11, annual plan, partnering with mana whenua. There are a whole series of bullet points there about what that means, but I don't see any costings against them. Can you please tell me where I would find those costings in the annual plan for 25-26?
So I'm happy to answer that question. The costings for mana whenua involvement in these work programs are embedded in the activity costs, so they're not drawn out like it's just the total cost of delivering that activity. Same for consultants, same for other people that we work with to deliver those work programs. The total cost of the work programs is what is highlighted here.
Except you've got an entire section here that says partnering with mana whenua. In fact, it's your primary strategic goal. So can I ask why that isn't itemised in this annual plan?
So just to confirm, it's actually one of council's strategic priorities. So it's not the staff, that's the direction we've received as part of the long-term plan is one of our priorities in that partnership space. And then to Amanda's point, we don't cost out individually the line by line payments made under that strategic direction. It's incorporated into the work program as a strategic priority, which is also why it's got a section there because of the commitment that's been made to that partnership.
Let me give you an example, shall I? You've got ongoing, a bullet point under supporting and embedding Te Tiriti commitments is ongoing sustainable funding commitments to Okaha Limited and Te Ao Marama Incorporated to support their capacity and long-term planning. Now that's itemised expressly in this annual plan as something that you do, but I can't find anything in this annual plan as to how much those sums of money are going to be paid in the 25-26 financial year. Are they in here?
So they're not itemised, but I think I mentioned at the last workshop that we have $100,000 of partnership funding to Okaha for this that's embedded in this annual plan.
You actually said a lot more than that in the workshop, so that's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, so you just specifically asked about that line item in the page, which was partnership funding. So I answered your question.
So why isn't that information provided in this document, given that it's got its own bullet point and it clearly indicates that there is funding from the ratepayer to an external organisation?
Yeah, it's the same answer. There are a number of points all the way through the document where we talk about specific programs or items of work, and they don't all get broken down into individual payments. This reports at an annual plan at a level that has been consistent for the time that I've been reviewing the annual plan. So we have not gone to that level of detail where every bullet point gets its financial number next to it.
So where would I find this information then? It's not in your annual report. It's not in your annual plan. You don't report it to council formally. Why is it being hidden?
So it's not being hidden. If the information is requested, and obviously we appreciate you've requested this previously and we've provided it, and we're happy to. We just don't report line by line expenditure for any of our areas of business as a matter of course.
Well, given that this is your a part, all right, okay. I accept the fact you don't want to.
No, just for clarity, that's not what I said, Michael. I said we don't. If it's requested, we will provide it, but we do not provide. You're singling out mana whenua. We could take this across any of our units within this annual plan, we don't provide that level of granular funding information. However, we can on request. It's fully transparent and anybody can request that should they wish to have it.
I had to request it under the Local Government Official Information Act as an elected member of this council.
So you chose to. If you'd asked, we would have provided it anyway.
But it's not provided in any document that's made available to me. That's why I'm asking the question.
Right,
As
so
to-
we have the question, if you've got
No,
another.
I've got the answer. Yeah.
Yep.
I've got the answer. So we're not going to provide, let me just clarify this, any of the information as to what that partnership costs, nor as to what the staff and salary costs are year on year, and what the salary and wage increases are that's not going to be in this document either.
So we've put forward the draft annual plan. There's no proposal from staff to make a change at the moment, unless there's direction through the decisions that are made today.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Somerville.
Thank you. May I just check about recommendation 1? That I'm thinking is what we have already agreed to this morning in paper 7.1. Is that what recommendation 1 refers to? Does that make sense?
No.
No, the recommendations from the council's annual plan deliberations have been communicated. Is that different or the same as that recommendations from the Finance Committee 7.1?
Oh, sorry.
That's correct.
That is the same. Good, thank you.
Sorry,
I
got lost there, but yes, that's correct.
Thanks.
Oh, that's the question, yep.
That's
Any
it.
other questions? No. So, just figuring out whether we need to take all of these separately, or are there some that need extracted out? Probably not, no. So whoever would like to move at
I'm
this
happy to move
point?
all.
Yep, Councillor Malcolm. Yep,
Second.
and seconded Councillor Mepham. Councillor Malcolm, do you want to speak now?
No, I'll just hold. Thank you.
Sure. Anyone else like to speak?
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
Oh, great. We got Councillor Mepham, then we got Councillor Laws.
Yes, look, I'd just like to recommend the approval of these recommendations. It's been a fairly solid process involved in creating this plan, based, of course, on the year 2 of the 10-year plan. The influences in our result, or the budget, some of them out of our control, some of them within our control, resulting in an overall increase in our rates of 5.5%, which I think is acceptable. I think the involvement of the Finance Committee through this process was great. We have had 51 submissions received. We had 11 submissions speaking. So all in all, I'm very confident in the process that's generated this. So I'll be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Laws.
Listen, I won't be voting for this annual plan today, and for a variety of reasons. But can I just say that I find it extraordinary that the most significant cost to this council is in actual fact staff salary. That is the number one priority finance expenditure for the council. And although we itemise it at the end when we are going out to refer or anything, we certainly don't even include the fact that over the last financial year, we gave a 5% salary increase to our employees on average. And this year, it's going to be 4.5%. And in none of the documents that we're going to be put out is any of that information enclosed or included. Now, I'm making some assumptions as to why that might be, but I don't see that that necessarily meets the openness and transparency standards that we set ourselves, and nor does it properly inform the community as to what their rates are being used for and what is the primary location or the primary end result of their rates being spent at a time when there are significant cost of living pressures upon all of our communities in the Otago region. The other one that concerns me greatly is that we've entered into a partnership, apparently, which we refused to actually put into any of our council documents, be they planning, the annual plan, or in the council report as to what the cost of that is. It's extraordinary, not only because of the power that has been given to non-elected persons, but also that we don't itemise how much we are paying those people when we're in a partnership with them. And I have to say it's extraordinarily odd that we're even in a partnership with them, given that you would think they wouldn't need any monies from the Otago Regional Council, the ratepayers at all, because they are Ngāi Tahu after all, and they are extraordinarily well resourced and have an annual budget greater than the Otago Regional Council. But apparently we provide them money for no good reason that I can discern, and I can't discern from reading this annual plan what that sum of money is, neither can anybody else who's going to read it. It also carries through the iniquities of last year's long-term plan this year. Those include, for example, a 20% subsidy of public transport, of persons in my neck of the woods who are paying that and yet receiving no public transport at all. And then there's the deferral of the $2 million to rates. Now that $2 million will go onto the long-term environment fund. It's being funded this year out of the reserves that we have accumulated, but it will be put onto rates next year, and it will lead to double-digit rate increases next year. At the moment, those are estimated as somewhere between 13 and 14%. It sort of just postpones the evil day, I guess. And then obviously the greatest impact that we are going to have to deal with here, as I say again, is full-time employees. We are a grossly overstaffed organisation. We have more than doubled our staff numbers in the last 5 or 6 years, and that has been the primary reason why rates have gone up in the Otago region. We've made no real attempt to cap them, and there is none in this annual plan as well. Councillor Kelleher moved a motion leading in preparation of this annual plan. It was reasonable, it was well thought out, and I've seen no justification yet as to why it could not be implemented. We're going exactly the opposite way here. We're increasing the total sum of ratepayer expenditure upon what seem quite nebulous concepts, and in one case, we've entered into a partnership with people that we refuse to itemise the costs of in any of the public documents that we provide, despite that money coming directly from the ratepayers. For that reason, I will not be supporting this. It's double the rate of inflation. We haven't got any major infrastructural works that we're going to be completing. We're not a territorial authority who might argue that they need to do those sorts of things and that there are various inflations around construction that they need to deal with. It's not relevant in our particular case. The primary reason, can I say, is because we've decided to pay our staff way more than the private sector's paid in Otago, way more than our ratepayers have been paid over the last 2 years. That's the primary reason why there is this significant rate increase this year. And that ongoing mentality is something that must be resisted. I will not be voting for this annual plan.
Thank you. Look, a lot of work has gone into this. Thank you to everyone concerned. Look, I just note that as a councillor, I feel I am well informed about financial and work information of the council, both through this annual plan and other documents. And I certainly feel free to ask for other information should I require it. And my experience has been that those answers are very willingly forthcoming and helpful. I also value our partnership with Ngāi Tahu that this council has decided to pursue, and that is an important thing for us. Thanks, everyone. The document sets out much of our work and, of course, how that's going to be funded.
Anybody else wish to speak now? Councillor Weir.
Yeah. I think ultimately we're still catching up from the severe, under-resourcing and understaffing of the past decade or two, and it's good to see us grow into where we should be. in terms of meeting our statutory functions and fulfilling community needs, and of course our partnership with Mana Whenua. I do think it's important to recognise and reflect that the 5% rate increase that we are looking at today, as opposed to the 13.8% increase outlined in the long-term plan, is simultaneously a result of some diligent work from staff and finding savings across the organisation, and seeing some unexpected savings in other areas as well, and also the use of the reserves for the large scale environmental fund, and the lack of investment that we will be making in our public transport network due to that lack of co-funding from central government, and that we should be keeping that in mind into the future when we potentially have the opportunity to make those investments in our public transport network, because we know they're needed, even if we are not making that investment this year. So very happy with the annual plan in front of us, but just want us to keep those things in mind. Kia ora.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I will be supporting this, but I share many of the concerns that Michael has in relation to whether we have grown too quickly and whether we are delivering the efficiencies and effectiveness that we need to. And to note, Councillor Cheryl Laws, who's recently in her comments about being an elected councillor, mentioned how slow change is, and how frustrating that can be at a council level. I note that things are changing here, and I am delighted with the direction that some things are happening, but it's not going to be able to happen as quickly as just cutting numbers on staff, as tempting as that may seem. And so I have confidence that if there are savings to be had, that they will come to us. I think what we need to realise is that the world may be very, very different in our regulatory roles, and we've gone well beyond that in some aspects, and that's fine, as long as we understand what our regulatory and discretionary roles are and we make those choices. I think those roles will change, and that has been we've been told that by government. I think the interesting thing here is, and we, over the period of the submissions, and listening to the submissions, how amazingly good the results are when we empower our community to do things that need to be done. And if we invested on a ratio of $4 to every dollar that we put into planning, but $4 into doing, what a different world we might be living in. And that's not taking away from where the planners are at. I'm not dissing them. I'm just saying that the community, if they're empowered to do things, can really get places. And it's, I don't think the framework has been right in the RMA in recent years to get us to the places we have to be as easily. The fact that communities have to apply for consents to do some really good stuff, like putting in wetlands or developing them. We need to be in a really different space now, and to get there is going to take some time. But we need to have the resources to do that. I'm confident that that is happening. It will be slow. It's annoyingly slow at times, but as we go through that change, and there has been substantial changes in the management structure to get us to that point, I'm hopeful that we'll be in a better place in a year's time. We shall see.
Councillor Noon.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, I think it's important to remember where we've come from to this point. We were found wanting 5-6 years ago in terms of our capacity and capability, and Councillor Weir's just alluded to that. And I think it's really, really important that when we started this annual plan process, we recognised that the job was still not done. And so I think it's important to remember we're still in that space. And I think it's also important to remember that not only the current government, but the previous government have asked us to do more with not offering often a budget to support that additional work. So we've had to do more with less. Our community has asked us to do more as well. And in terms of the financial information, I would generally read the annual plan, which is draft estimates, draft work program, etc., in tandem with the annual report, which is obviously the report that reflects on the year rather than the one we're dealing with now, which is a forward forecasting, forward-looking document, to ensure that the information that should be in the document, if you've got the two of them in front of you, you certainly got everything that you need to know, whether it's staff numbers and various budgets, etc. So I think it's important to remember that this is only, it can't tell the full story because it is a forecast with regards to financial estimates and also work programs. Happy to support the annual plan.
Thank you, Councillor Noon. Anyone else? Councillor Callaghan.
Thank you, and thank you to the staff for what has been a huge process, and a huge amount of work has gone into the detail prepared to us and presented to us, and the and where we've arrived to today. My apologies, I can't support it. I think what we have done is failed to read the room when it comes to the ratepayers, and failed to read the room when it comes to the government around what their expectations are for councils across New Zealand moving forward. There'll be many councils who would love to have a number that is where we've currently arrived at. But to me, there is nothing wrong with us having grown too rapidly and having to accept that some constraining and reduction is needed to arrive at where council should settle at in scale and cost to the ratepayers and service provided. And I do think that we have arrived at something that is costing more and achieving less. And that is to huge frustration to our ratepayers. So I think over and above all of that, our fees and charges, our services we provide, those that engage with this council are often left wanting. I wouldn't say all, but then as councillors we hear of many who are. And this 5% is largely around situations that are either delayed, deferred. It's not about prudently constraining what we do and looking at how do we save costs on behalf of our ratepayers. So because of all of that, I can't support. Thank you.
Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, just really quickly, thanks for the report. It's been it's developed over time, and we've got to the end day now. I think it's really important to note that we have been in a growth mode, and we're just re-establishing a new level of service and commitment to our communities to, you know, look after the environments for the future generations, etc. I think it's important that we need to be really prudent in our approach to this. That you don't we started a new level of business, so we just need to work with it and let it grow and let it develop so that the full benefit of that growth is coming through. We haven't reached that yet. But we have in the last year or two really starting to connect back with our communities, and our communities are feeding back to us, and they really support a lot of the stuff that we've been doing around the council, around environmental funding and around working with community groups to get feedback and feedback loops and going on. It's all part of I didn't want to use the word journey, but part of the journey that we're on. And I think and since in the last 3 or 4 months since we've been developing this annual plan, there's even been more emphasis going to the management team looking at the cost structures and what they can do. And every area of our business has gone and had a good hard look at themselves and have taken costs out of their areas and maintaining their services. So it's something that will develop over time, and we need to give our management team the time to actually to work out the area, to let things settle in so that we can actually have the right funding in the right places at the right time. And it will happen, and whether we're at the right size or not will develop over time. But it's not something that we as a council can just sit around the table and say, well, we think we should have X number of staff members. But we can sit around the table and say, we want X amount of output. So I think this is a step the next step on the journey. And I think over in the next triennium, we'll see it just consolidate to run a highly efficient council. So I'll be supporting the motions. Thank you.
So most people have spoken, and I'll come back to write a reply. I just once again wanted to thank everyone and thank Richard. He doesn't often get thanked. I've thanked Nick and I've thanked Amanda and Jasmine and all the rest of the team, but Richard as well. I know we do set a high bar in terms of our expectations of going through line by lining and looking for efficiencies, and that does happen. I also want to thank our council. This is an annual plan, so it's part of an LTP, and we know that, and we put a lot of effort into annual plans as well. It's not just business as usual. We go through and we make sure that we are on track. However, looking back to the beginning of an LTP, we sat down as a council and we thought about strategy, and we came up with that together. So that's where governance puts through what we should be investing in. And so we decided to do that. This isn't a blame or anything scenario. This is what we heard from community, and we sought consultation also on the strategy as well as the LTP. So all of that happened, and as others have said, the community told us what they would like investment in, as well as that totally recognise that there's a lot of expectation on council, more so than ever before, to deliver in a whole range of areas that are really essential to community. From flood protection, pest control, civil defence, public transport, and achieving a healthy environment. Throw in navigational safety as well. We cover a lot. Now, to say that we are not efficient, we've built up too quickly, and to say that staff numbers are too high, without going back and analysing the strategy and the plan that we put in place ourselves, or saying in any way how that should actually change, I think that isn't the governance that we need today. The governance that we need today is to look at the plans that were built up for over a long period that our community have been consulted on, and back them, and to back ourselves. We're damn good at delivering. We've done an efficiency review recently as well that showed that we're actually a very efficient organisation in how we deliver. Independently analysed. We can get better, absolutely. We're not defensive in this council. We always strive to be better. And things will change. We can't say exactly what the government will expect of us next year or the years after that at this point, but I no doubt it's going to become a lot more clear, and I have absolutely no doubt that we will be able to successfully react to that quickly and to deliver, because that's what we've done in the past. We'll be able to do that, I have no doubt, again in the future. So yeah, that's where we are. Hey, Shane Jones, awesome. You invested in our council because we deliver in terms of resilience, infrastructure, and we do deliver. We get jobs done, and you support us. Well done, awesome. And on this annual plan, I've got a little bit off task on that one, sorry. Annual plan, we've done a lot of work here together. We've made some savings as well. To come in and say that we should cut staff numbers at this point or that type of thing is not helpful without saying in what areas as governance. However, we've got things like $500,000 being removed from the budget because our staff delivered RPS mediation under budget by doing a good job there. We've got decisions that we've made around public transport together that aren't easy decisions, but we have been making them today as well as a council. So I think that's important. It's good governance. We're investing in large scale environmental funding together as a council, and we've thought about how can we do that with prudence at the moment, and we've decided to reserve rate for this coming year. We're going to look at our managed fund and how we use that as well, potentially into the future. There's lots of good examples there of good governance in action as we've built up this annual plan. So yeah, just a really big thanks to the team. It's not just a business as usual annual plan. We've had a really hard look at how we operate, how we can even build in more efficiencies, and we've reduced that rates increase significantly. Over to you, Councillor Malcolm.
Thank you, Chair. Look, it actually is a very good process. It actually gives us all the opportunity to have our say, and more importantly, and I've asked many times from sitting at the front of the deliberations here for solutions and for your ideas as governors of how you want to see anything different. I had very few ideas come to me. So if anyone is against the plan or not happy with it, we've had plenty of opportunities to come up with solutions, solutions that were meaningful and could actually work. I suppose the part that, and I know that Mr. Saunders is working hard on this, one of the things that has irked me throughout the process is getting a real understanding of our work programs as to what is mandatory, what is needed to assist our mandatory functions, and what is discretionary. So that's something we are working on, and we need to tidy that up so we can actually let us as governors know those parameters, and also let our public know those parameters. And as a governor, I need, Mr. Saunders knows this, that I need a greater understanding of our work plans. So when I get my ratepayers saying, well, you're actually doing nothing, what value for money are you giving me? I can relay that to them. I can certainly put them on to staff, but as a governor, I need to really understand that. So we are working on that. We need to remember, and I think as governors, we need to really sit down and remember this is an exceptionally big province. And here's just a few numbers that might, with 32,000 square kilometres, we've got 260,000 people and around about 125,000 rating units. Well, you go to the Bay of Plenty, where there's 147,000 rating units and 370,000 people, and they've only got 12,000 square kilometres. So they're looking after a wee patch with a lot more people. And then you go to Environment Canterbury, who is a bigger area, although Google tells me it's smaller. Their rugby team's good, but I think their area might be smaller. They've got 700,000 people and probably 300,000 rating units, and trying to do the same sort of things that we're doing. So we've got to be very mindful that when we are saying we're going to deliver a work program, we need to show that A, it's mandatory or discretionary, and we need to show that we are achieving the outcomes. And so that's the critical part that I want to see in this next 12 months, is to really be able to show our community that we are achieving the outcomes that they want, and that our strategic direction is telling us that we want as a governance group to do, and not just a governance group, but as a work team. There is and this is a touchy subject. We have all this talk about regional, about local government reform. This is where we need the detail to show that as a regional council, we are doing the job that is necessary, doing the job that is required, and doing that job exceptionally well. And then we can have that really good argument to say regional councils and our staff are critical to the function of Otago. So that's the position I want to be in. Well done, Nick, Jasmine, Amanda and team. Thanks for the work, and sorry for even the late one I got from Nick last night. Sorry to disturb you, but let's get ahead. Let's show the outcomes. Let's show our people that where the money is being spent, we are getting the outcomes that we are trying to deliver. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, well, we can put these then. Anyone wanted division? Yep. Division it is.
Councillor Forbes.
Yes.
Councillor Kelleher.
No.
Councillor Laws.
No.
Councillor Malcolm.
Yes.
Councillor McCall.
Yes.
Councillor Methven.
Yes.
Councillor Noon.
Yes.
Chair Robertson.
Yes.
Councillor Somerville.
Yes.
Councillor Weir.
Yes.
Councillor Wilson. Yes. Motion has passed, 9 in favour, 2 against.
Thank you. Motion passed. 10.3 is rates report and rates resolution. Thank you very much. Sarah is joining us. Thanks, Jasmine and Amanda. So yeah, this one follows on obviously from the adoption, which has just gone through. Nick, you want to speak or?
Yeah, so it's just a follow-on part of the process now. The annual plan's adopted this. Sets the rates resolution, which sets all the rates in the dollar for all various rates, obviously in line with the annual plan that you've just adopted. But the key thing to note would be, obviously, this is based on, sets the rates in the dollar based on the rating database that we've got at the moment. What we do is we don't actually strike rates for approximately another 6 weeks yet. That rating database will be updated and we'll be using a database as at 30 June and applying the rates in the dollar that's set here. It also outlines things like penalties and how much they will be and when they will be applied as well.
Yep. Questions? Yep, Councillor Methven.
Just clarification under 0.5 general rates, you're showing an increase of 7.3% there. Yep. So that's can you just explain the difference between the 5.5 we just agreed and the 7.3 we're seeing here, please?
Yeah, so if you went back to the previous paper in the cover paper, we had a expenditure table and we had a funding table down below and then an increase. So the overall total rates increase is 5.5. It's made up of a general rate increase of 7.3 and targeted rate increase of 4.1, I think it was, but it's outlined in the previous paper.
Thank you.
Questions here? It's fairly straightforward. We've had all the material, and as noted earlier on, there was an additional little bit of analysis which goes with this paper, which get uploaded to the website. I understand. Is that right? Yeah. It informs both of the papers. Somebody care to move then if we're finished? Yep. Councillor Malcolm, seconded Councillor Methven. Would you like to speak to this one, Councillor Malcolm?
No, it reflects our last motions.
Yep, great. Anyone else need to speak to this one? No, we will put, sorry, Councillor Noon.
It's more just an acknowledgement to Nick and his team with that additional information that was said last night in terms of the sensitivity analysis and all the various in-depth analysis of right across the region in terms of impact on rates, and that's much appreciated.
Very well said, Councillor Noon. The reason this goes so smoothly is because of how well prepared we feel. So yes, thank you very much. We'll put the motion then. All in favour? Aye. Against?
No.
Would you like those recorded?
Please.
No.
You would like yours recorded, Councillor Laws?
That's fine.
Okay, sorry. Yep. Motion is passed. 10.4 is environmental funding. Thank you very much, Sarah and Nick. Yeah, just while we're getting set up, this is, the last show environmental funding paper. We have seen this one before pretty much. It has a few changes to the eligibility criteria, is that? Yeah, that's correct. Otherwise, this report was lying on the table, ready to come back today. So that's where we are at. Anything else that needs to be said? Would you like to introduce the paper?
So just very quickly, so in terms of procedure, it was left lying on the table. There were some questions in particular around eligibility criteria. There has been some changes made to those to better reflect the intent of the process and following the questions we had that day. I suppose key things to note. The reference to which on reflection did present a case where they would where a project would have to meet absolutely every single one of the eligibility criteria. We've reflected that differently now, where they are all considered holistically, but it's not an and. And then also some changes in terms of the alignment with aspirations of Mana Whenua, where it better reflects the comments made at recent Mana to Mana, where it's not an approval process, but it is alignment with aspirations which we get through our strategic directions and our partnership that exists through other strategic documents such as biodiversity strategy and climate strategy and other areas. So those are probably the key changes. The balance of the paper, the recommendations within the paper and the attachments to the paper as they were when it was left lying on the table.
Questions, Councillor Weir?
Just a procedural one. When we left it lying on the table, I think there was a existing motion moved.
No.
We can't have one, I don't think, if it's lying on the table. Yeah, it just lies on the table.
And so, like say, basically. Cool.
Yeah. So, Councillor Wilson.
Mildly pathetic technical issue, but paragraph 13, I presume C is meant to be, although we want it to be wise, it will be region wide. It is only because it is a criteria that will be reflected back onto, yes, just.
The answer is yes.
Look,
I quite like the region wise.
can I please just test one project which I think may well come to this, and this is where you look at Southern Lake Sanctuary Trust and their work and predator free, and trying to think about how that works over an Otago scale, potentially moving in. Now, if I look at what they're doing in their projects and how would they meet these criteria, and I don't want to go right through every individual one, would that be an approach? It's not going to be a CAP approach. It's going to be them possibly presenting, because they're one of the existing sort of well-funded projects that might come in, saying that the next frontier, not quite Star Trek, I think, but anyway, is what does that look like, and would that be an eligible sort of project?
Yeah, absolutely. It would be an eligible project, especially with the excess of us having CAPs across the region at the moment. That biosecurity work that they undertake in the CAPs we're delivering so far is a priority for those communities, and I'm assuming it will be a priority for most communities as they're developed. But they absolutely would be something we need to consider and ensure that they align to the majority of their eligibility criteria.
Thank you.
Councillor Malcolm.
I just want so this goes ahead, the group that selects the appropriate projects to fund. Where is that outlined in here?
Sounds good.
We have got on page 895 of the agenda, there's a proposed plan and timeline for implementation. And so the next step for us would be to bring back an implementation plan before we progress right down the track of making those decisions.
Who the selection committee would be.
Yeah,
Right,
so that would come through in the next phase of the papers that come to council.
Yeah, thank you.
So just to confirm that my expectation pending obviously the implementation plan and however that works, though, is the final approval for this fund will still sit with this table as a collective.
Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, no, that's cool. Yeah, I just thought I'd missed, and so I thought that was in that timeline. Thank you.
Yeah, the recommendation 3 notes that staff will prepare a finalised implementation timeline post annual plan decisions, which is today, so we've done that. My question would be, do we need a timeline put on that? Will it be in this financial year, for example?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm comfortable, we don't need a timeline, it's set out as we said in the attachments, and we'll go away and implement that. We're aware of the desire of council to stand this fund up, given annual plan decisions that have been made, so comfortable it doesn't need a timeline specified at this point.
Councillor Laws.
I have 2 questions. First of all, question D. The reason if we defer to remember is we had the argument around the eligibility criteria last time, so I've gone to that straight away. But just section D first of that. Investment allows for an increase in scale and or impact of those projects and initiatives that are already in place. Can you just clarify, that means that no project that is already in place will ever be able to apply to this environment fund? Is that what I understand from that?
So that is saying that we would be looking for where they're increasing their scale, yes.
So Michael, that means that it actually favours those existing projects and the ability for them to scale up and deliver greater benefits. So it's almost saying the opposite is the way I read this. It's not saying they're not entitled, it's saying that actually where there's an opportunity for this fund to support scaling up on an existing project that has infrastructure already in place, that is the sort of project that would be looked at favourably as far as that eligibility criteria is drafted.
Right, but if somebody came up with a really brilliant idea that was new and wanted to bring the ORC in at the ground level, this fund's not for them.
No, it could be, and that's where we did pick up that inconsistency where it did say "and" previously, and acknowledging that we needed to have some flexibility where they didn't all have to apply. If there was a brilliant project that met a lot of strategic strategic aspirations, but it was new, and we were confident that the majority of those criteria could be met, then there's no reason that couldn't be included for funding.
Okay, and then there's A, because I like precision, particularly if I was going to apply. In fact, you've made it the need for criteria and funding assessment to be clearly established. But in A, alignment with aspirations of Mana Whenua. Now, I've gone back to the ORC strategic directions and strategy documents. They've actually helpfully been provided today, I think, on page 10 and 11 of the annual plan that we've just approved of. Can the aspirations of Mana Whenua, can that be better defined?
They're expressed in the ORC conditions.
Look, I can't speak for Mana Whenua.
No, I understand that. I just meant, Richard, can we get them to actually say, well, actually, these are our aspirations concern this fund? I'd love to have had that paper here today and that input. It would have been really useful, because we would then go, oh, okay, cool, that's what you're talking about. At the moment, I don't know what their aspirations are. So it makes it very difficult to approve a criteria and $2 million worth of rate funding a year without knowing.
So, I'll answer it in a couple of ways. The first is that the development of those strategies and partnership mean that the outcomes that are sought through those strategy documents are effectively collective outcomes for all of the parties who have been involved in developing them. So that's obviously our organisation and Mana Whenua, and there are other parties that are subject to. And the other answer is I'm happy to take that as a question to Mana, in terms of is there a better way that we could reflect aspirations of Mana Whenua? Because it's really a question I think that needs to be put to Mana Whenua rather than me attempting to answer it.
Good on you. If you're going to do that, thank you.
Yep, Councillor Neetham, then known.
I'm happy to move when ready.
Okay.
My question, Madam Chair, sorry, it's not a question, it's a comment with regards to our last discussion. I understand every traineum we sign a traineum agreement with iwi that normally outlines the aspirations between themselves and ourselves. And I think that sort of sets up the framework for what we're looking at achieving together in a partnership.
In terms of the partnership, there is the partnership agreement. I think I took Michael being a bit more specific around the aspirations within this funding space, or the aspirations to be delivered through the projects that are supported via this fund. So I think yes is the answer, whether that's the appropriate document to get into that level, but I suppose that's the question we could put. Yeah.
Yep, Councillor Cole.
Yeah, I've got a couple of just quick ones. Page 574, 13G. It just says in there around this is under proposed funding model 1, which carries through that enabling 3-year contracts, put it or funding round over 3 years. So I'm assuming that's not that we'd only have a once in 3-year window for groups to apply for funding.
We would need to determine that through how we allocate funding out. So if we've got 2 million per year and we allocate that all out over the 3 years, then there won't be any left to allocate. So that would be a decision for this table to make.
Flexible.
Yeah. So it could be, or it might be different as well.
So because my way of thinking is you need to have something available every year as projects come on stream, so you wouldn't commit everything for 3 years up front. You might have a smaller portion. Does that make sense?
So this there is
that all come.
It's still to come.
Yep.
So basically, what it's flagging is there is the ability to deliver multi-year agreements, because we hear regularly that certainty of funding over time is something that many of these groups are looking for. However, it needs to be balanced with the ability to fund other projects that come on stream that are a good idea and still fit within our budget parameters.
Yeah, so the intention is not to commit it all up front. Yeah, have some. Well, you go to Q and then
Can I just have a subsequent question to that one? So, but in reality, and I'm not saying I'm against this, but in reality, if a project was sufficiently good enough to meet all our strategic directions and do what we wanted to do, so it was all encompassing, and knowing the scale of the environmental issues that we hear of, we could quite easily exhaust that fund, 2 million over a 3-year period with a major project.
Anything like?
I think so.
Yep, thank you.
I think we've finished questions here. Oh,
No, Lloyd had another one, sorry.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry,
that
Lloyd,
one was
yeah.
just subsequent
I
to
cut you
that,
off,
sorry,
no
sorry,
worries,
Chair.
yeah.
No, I just under the criteria as well. I was just going to ask under H, commitment to work together in partnership with ORC and others. What's the definition of partnership? Because at the end of the day, I think the intention of this is to provide funding to external groups, which we would support as opposed to being in partnership with them.
I don't think we've defined partnership in this context, but we could go away and do that. It's really just that they're going to involve us where we've got expertise and can provide support.
Which is support, yeah.
Yep. We don't necessarily have to partner. Maybe that's the wrong word for the criteria.
Yeah.
It's really that we're involved. We know what's going on. We can report back on what outcomes are being achieved through our investment and through the funding that's provided.
Yeah. The other one, which I guess was B on that section as well, is contributes towards achieving towards priorities identified by ORC. But I understand that it's going to come back to our strategic directions, which gives us our priorities, I guess. But like my point is, at the end of the day, we need to be supporting the community's priorities we don't want to be the B. Does that make sense?
No, my staff advice on that would be that you should ensure this fund delivers on the priorities you've set for this council.
Yeah,
what I would say is, based on the priorities I know for the groups that are likely to apply, there is very good alignment.
Yeah,
no, you're saying.
All good?
Yeah, no, that's good. Thanks.
Council laws.
Still on mute, Michael.
In the appendices to this document or paper today, there is a National Heritage Fund application form from last year that the Waikato Regional Council, I think, have for a similar type of fund. Will we get the opportunity to sign off the assessment criteria and the form before it goes out?
Absolutely.
Cool, thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, yeah. Tom?
Yeah, just in terms of the change we've made to the criteria under A, Manapinua, in the main document, which is, if I can find it, it's page 638 of 1155. It's 8.2, prioritise funding model 1, structured procurement line to cap implementation. It has got in there a paragraph that still reverts back to, I think, what that original criteria showed, which required endorsement from Mana Whanua. So can you clarify that for me, or is it something we've missed perhaps? Or
It's not something we've missed because this was the consultant's report, and the paper that's been updated today hasn't edited the consultant's report. That's just stayed as it was. So we've kind of overridden that with the criteria that's in the paper today.
Yeah, good, thank you.
I think we are done on question. Oh, have you got another question?
Just quickly, section 23, option 1 again. The report highlights that the CAP process should be considered be a consideration of priority, but not itself the only consideration. If we got that in there, making it a priority, so if you've got 2 projects, does the CAP one win every time?
I haven't gone into that level of detail yet, but we'd use all of the eligibility criteria to assess that.
So you're doing a normal weighing criteria as you have, say, with other funding decisions that have been made?
Yeah, I'm just, yeah, that's good.
Yep. Question answered, yep. Righty go. We have a mover and a seconder. I don't have a seconder. Councillor Somerville going first. Debate. Debate. Yep. Councillor Somerville.
Thank you. Look, I'm really pleased to see this here, and I hope very much that it's going to go ahead because this is a really important thing and something very useful this council has done for the future of Otago's environment. Now, this isn't going to solve every problem. No one's pretending that. But actually what it is doing, we've managed to look at things on a large scale. And for those community organisations who are out there, it's a chance to support them and also, very importantly, to provide them with some greater continuity of funding rather than year to year. And that's one of the reasons why I'm very pleased to support this going ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McCall, then Forbes.
I'd just like to support the proposal as well. I think it's really, thanks very much for the work. It's been in development for a while. It's just really signalling the public signal their strong support for increased funding, environmental funding, and we've responded by creating this fund. I just think it's like a big step forward, and it's really our commitment to our environment and in line with the people that live within their environment is just so powerful. And I just really want to, that my only concern is that I really want it to be the criteria as they're developed are flexible enough to be able to accommodate really worthwhile projects going forward to leave Great Bridge. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. I'm really, really pleased to see this go through. It's been a long time coming, and we've put in the infrastructure behind it to make it work. So I'm really, really pleased with that. And that's from the CAPs to the monitoring and science information we're collecting, and our ability that we've developed over the past few years to work with community organisations to empower them from the bottom up. And I think this is exactly the right way to go. But I just want to point out that it's fragile. We've paid for it this year out of reserves. Next year, it's going to be rated for. We've got to watch this and do this really carefully and make sure that we are getting the right results out of it and that we can see those results. So we have to work ever closer with those CAPs and community groups that are that will be part of this. So just caution that we've got to go really, really well with this. So I wish us all really, really good luck, and your team in particular, Libby and Joe, thank you for supporting this and getting it to this point. Delighted to support it.
Councillor Noon.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think it's important to remember across Otago there's 60 plus environmental projects on the go as we speak, and I think that the timing of this approval of the mechanism, eligibility, and we'll work through the further detail that we need to at a later date, but the timing is good, knowing that a number of those projects across Otago were reliant on Jobs for Nature funding and other sources of funding that we know Jobs for Nature is ceasing, but there are other sources of funding as well that have helped those groups, but the certainty around some of that funding is not great. So ensuring that we can maintain the gains going forward is really, really important. So I imagine there will be a sigh of relief from a number of these organisations across Otago.
No further, we'll go with Councillor Malcolm, and then Councillor Me from you moved it, so you can speak last. Yep.
Look, I think this is an exciting move by Otago Regional Council. It is a space we should be in, but I just go back to earlier comments that I made, that we have 125 odd rating units, and we've got 260,000 people in Otago, and we've got a vast area of land, of which close to a third of it is government-owned land. So government needs to be coming up with the correct amount of money to ensure that their pests and their environments on their pieces of land are maintained, enhanced, and looked after. And I think in the previous years they have been negligent and have not been doing that. If they want to come with a walk with me, I'll show them the proof of that statement. So we have got to be mindful. This is also a large scale projects. Keep pushing the right groups to our Eco Fund, which is being a very good seeder to get projects going, but this is large scale. We cannot be scared of saying this project is getting the right environmental effect. Here's the $2 million for the next 6 years, or next 3 years it will be. It's a 3-year term. So we must look at the project and really ensure that it's going to get the right outcomes. And if those right outcomes suit our strategic direction and goals and the goals of our community, we need to be bold enough to say the money's yours. So never don't dribble it down to small projects. Be bold enough to take the big step.
Well done. Yep, Councillor Mebom.
Nothing really more to add other than to commend the process that left this on the table last time round, and I think the clarity that we've got through the changes that have been made and our eligibility criteria are very good. So yeah, happy to move it next.
Rightio, we will put it then. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Well done. Indigenous biodiversity strategy.
All right, that's something this one.
All right, welcome everyone along today, and we have a couple of extra guests with us today, which is fantastic as well. Shay, I'm going to hand over to you. You can introduce, or Hillary, introduce the team, and introduce the paper as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Tēnā mihi kia koutou I nā kanihere, me ngā mangai no kaitahu ki Otago, me ngā kaimahi o kaha I ngā hotahi ne tēnei kaupapa. I just wanted to start off by acknowledging Wayne Lansbury and who's a member of the Biodiversity Strategy Reference Group, representing Kaitahu Ki Otago and Michael Farthgate from Okaha. They're here with me today, along with Hilary, boss, and we work together throughout the development of strategy. So it's great to be seeking your endorsement of the draft ORC Indigenous Biodiversity Strategy ahead of public consultation today. And also just wanted to acknowledge the involvement of councillors throughout this process, particularly those on the reference group, and how you have all helped shape the work to date. So what we've heard consistently is that Indigenous biodiversity matters deeply to people of Otago. And the draft strategy process has reflected that. It reflects the partnership with Mana Whenua as a result of a significant bit of collaboration with central government and local councils. And it's informed by insights from more than 44 key stakeholders. And we've shaped it with staff from across ORC. It's designed to guide how ORC fulfills its statutory role to maintain Indigenous biodiversity, including through our biosecurity functions. And it's delivering on a long-term plan commitment, giving effect to your strategic directions, while aligning with national policy and strategy. It's building on the strong foundations that we have laid by previous strategies. It's a clear next step with the no regrets approach to holding the decline and achieving healthy, resilient biodiversity across Otago, from the Cheeky Kia, Southern Alps, to the sea sponges on the sea floor, and everything in between. It's also a clear recognition that no one actor can achieve this alone. So of the many players in the system and those already taking action, ORC's position to lead regionally and enable collective action. So the draft approach responds to that, focusing on supporting Mana Whenua as kaitiaki and empowering communities as stewards. Sees us using our knowledge base to focus action where it's most needed, to maintain Indigenous biodiversity, support mahi kakai, taupo species, and respond to community aspirations for enhancement, while staying ahead of emerging issues. We'll empower action, using our strengths in partnering, inspiring capability building, best practice sharing, coordination, and co-design. We are with the catchment action plans, and we'll focus on getting the system right. So strengthening leadership and collaboration with the other players in the system, cities, district councils, TOC. And it will be underpinned by draft principles, acting for the Māori, with the health and intrinsic worth of Indigenous biodiversity, taking that Kia ora taki tai approach, recognising the environment as an interconnected system, and applying Mana Whenua scientific community knowledge to achieve this fairly big goal. And we'll also be valuing the relationships we have with the other players and being purposeful about how we work with them. So we're seeking your endorsement today before releasing draft for public consultation later this year. After that, we'll refine the draft with the guidance of the reference group and come back with the final strategy for adoption. And we'll be doing detailed implementation planning follow that.
Well done. Any questions? Councillor Wilson.
Sorry, late to the party with this because it wasn't, we should have asked it at a workshop, but if I stand back and look at this and you've got statutory bodies that are involved in this, and yet we're setting up a non-statutory and non-regulatory bodies, groups that are really involved in this space, and that's the CAP projects. Where do they sit in this process? Because if I look at the Catlins, it's very much all about biodiversity down there.
So really key piece of the puzzle, I think. Councillor Wilson, the CAPs are a really important place to capture the community aspiration and community sort of priorities, which is sort of underpinned in that where are we focusing effort, and we're bringing alongside that what's required to achieve maintenance and as well as support mahi kakai and taupo species.
So this would feed into the caps rather than caps feeding in as a,
Sure.
I know the question is, which way does it go? Yeah.
I think it's probably that this is a framework for biodiversity. CAPs cover wider environmental elements. I guess are a great example of looking at that geotech interconnected system approach with all those topics. But I guess the biodiversity strategy seeks to create a framework that works with CAPs as a key part of our approach across RC, so that all the work can be joined up and we can do things to focus the efforts where those priorities lie, but also where we need to be working for maintaining Indigenous values. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, you think about CAPs as geographically, you'll have wall-to-wall CAPs. They'll be built up across the region, and the strategy sort of sits across as the icing on the cake, I suppose, and understands where the gaps are, and how we can make power up those priorities and the actions that sit in the strategies for achieving the visions and CAPs.
Yeah, it's probably a question for ourselves as well, Kate. Yeah. Right, so there's a few hands up. I think Councillor Laws, you were next, and then we got Councillor Malcolm.
I guess the first question I've got is, if we're going to consult on this, it'd be really nice to actually know for people to understand what we're consulting on. I'm always very critical, just so that you know, of council documents that speak essentially using councilese rather than the plain words that people want to know. So here we go. When you talk about Indigenous biodiversity, I'd like to know what you're talking about. What biodiversity are you specifically referring to? And I'd like, and so will everybody else, frankly, out there too. Are you talking about trees, shrubs? Are you talking about insects, fish? Are you talking about, what are you talking about? I'd like to know, and I'd like that itemized if we're going to consult on this, because the aim of this is to give priority to Indigenous biodiversity in Otago. Well, that's interesting, given that there are certain pieces of legislation that give, for example, the Resource Management Act. It doesn't make the distinction between priority of Indigenous and non-Indigenous or exotic. So I'd like more information on what biodiversity you're talking about. Trees, plants, insects, birds, anything. Just so that people know what they're actually consulting with the Otago Regional Council on. Can you do that?
Absolutely, Councillor. I think this is something I've been very mindful of and really keen to communicate this really well. So we have included a section in the strategy that seeks to address this. I guess from the top, I guess our role is defined in the RMA section 31G(a), is the maintenance of Indigenous biodiversity, and it uses those terms. So hence we tried to stick to the role with the title of the strategy. But we have sought to give a good sort of plain English description of actually what biodiversity does exist in Otago. And I guess I tried to pick up on that with the cheeky kia earlier. And we have tried to elaborate on that from the mountains to the sea. So, through collected fishes, other than podocarps, Kanaka shrublands, etc. And I know the communications team are really keen to work with us on making this really easy to understand. So we'll be looking to shine a light on that.
I haven't missed it, have I? There's nothing in here. I've looked through it. Have I missed a page? I haven't seen any itemization of what they are in here.
So we're on page 4 of the strategy.
Page 19 on village.
Oh, sorry, apologies.
He's not on diligent.
Can be page 19 on diligent.
19, sorry.
I'm sorry, I've got a printed one. I'm just into appendix now. So I've gone through all the appendices.
Under the heading Indigenous biodiversity in Otago, which is about 4 pages into the actual strategy document. It's not in VMM.
Okay, I can't, I'm sorry, it's not in my document.
Say plants and animals, couldn't you? And
Yeah. And I
but
guess,
it's Indigenous biodiversity, because that's the term that we're tasked with,
Yeah.
but yeah.
that's the task, and those are the plants, animals, fungi that naturally exist here. That's probably a pretty good definition. There is some good RMA definitions on there too. But we will have a communications plan, and I think a great opportunity to really spell that out with how we communicate the public feedback.
And the other one is principles, which seem impossibly woke to me. The ones on the left, on page 909 of my council agenda. I'm sorry, I guess it's the straight after the foreword on the draft. And you've got a little table there headed Otago Regional Council Indigenous Biodiversity Strategy on a page. And then you've got on the left principles, how we'll work, which, as I said, seem impossibly woke to me. But I'm also noticing here that you use the word Western science as if science only exists in the West. Where did you get that concept from? Because science, I would have thought, is international and universal. It simply doesn't belong in the West. Does this exclude the Chinese or Indians or South Americans?
Sure, that's a good question. The intent is not to be exclusionary there. I think, in fact, probably the other way. Really looking to make the most of all of the knowledge systems available to us, because this is quite a big task, right? So we need all of the best knowledge available to us.
Because it doesn't seem there's no such thing as Western science, is there? There's science, and that's the end of it, isn't it?
So where we got the wording from is the National Biodiversity Strategy, which does list it in that way, and I guess it's just a useful label to.
Well, can you get rid of it when it's so obviously inaccurate?
So the draft that's in front of you is the one that we've put forward for endorsement today. There's no proposal from staff to make any changes. The concept of Western science, I think, is relatively common, and certainly in the discussions.
No, it's not. It's ridiculous.
So that's the way staff have presented it. Obviously, as with anything, there's the opportunity for changes through discussion around the table. But I think, as Shay said, we've talked before too about alignment with the National Biodiversity Strategy, and having that alignment run through our documents is important as well.
Thanks. Yep. There's opportunity for questions now. I got the answer there, so we can debate things later on once we get to that. But have we finished your questions there, Councillor Laws? I'll just double check that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, good one. Who is next? Councillor Malcolm.
Right, I'm referring to page 917 and 922, and that is around getting our systems right. So we're proposing to establish a support group, which includes central government, councils, mana whenua, to form an alliance to oversee this project, right? Which is, so there's three questions around that. Is how are we going to monitor the outcomes of that group to ensure that they are productive and not just another level of governance, and how will we ensure that they're not a handbrake to communities wanting to get on with their job. And the third one is up from page 22, 922. We have what our goals in 25 to 27 is building that group and making sure it's good, but nowhere do we have input from the community when the community is already leading so many of those initiatives. So where do we bring the community in? So it's firstly is how to ensure that group's doing the right job. I'm not saying they're not going to, but how do we measure their outcomes, and why have we not involved community in that first overstructure at the start?
Great question, Councillor. I think the right job piece is that we would need to have a clear terms of reference and articulate what this is about. And so the intent is that because there's a number of players in the system and with interests, that bringing them together to have combined leadership and coordinate would be really helpful to unlock and get things moving forward. And I guess as with the rest of the strategy, what we're looking to do is be the icing on the top of that cake, right? And so the intent would be that the catchment action plans, which are a significant piece of work with the community, where we understand the priorities and have quite a lot of collaboration, would be empowered by that group. That's the intent. I suppose it would come down to constructing that terms of reference really well and checking in on that regularly, along with the rest of the work in the strategy.
So when will we see that terms of reference?
I guess once we have a final, we'll be into implementation planning and seek to do that. I would want to be working with those different leaders across the system to make that happen.
Thank you. And I have an additional question, and that's from page 920. And that's work and communities. So your goal there is around the caps. So will all the caps be completed by 2027, and will they reflect this government's direction to increase productivity? And what's the next part there? And how are we going to promote and fund the actions of those catchment? And have we put any thought into the promotion and funding of those catchment action plans?
So maybe I'll take that one because it's a little outside the scope of the strategy. So from the last environmental delivery meeting, remember we've undertaken to do a full review of the integrated catchment management program to enable this council to have a look at how they're currently being delivered and how quickly they may be delivered, given they're becoming quite a critical part of our delivery. Part of that consideration is going to need to be the funding of, and there's obviously reference to it in the last paper that was discussed in terms of environmental funding, but there may be other avenues to look at how this council might support actions within the catchment action plans, either through direct delivery of actions that we own or alternative support models for some of the other groups that have actions. So there's opportunities through that process to help deliver on the action that's in the draft strategy. In terms of will the caps deliver on the central government priorities? Their primary focus is to align or is community driven, those catchment action plans. That's very much one of the principles that applies to that ICM program. So, you know, again, I don't see anything that's inconsistent out of the Catlins one. And I'd be surprised if there's anything significantly inconsistent out of the next one in the Upper Lakes as well. But really, that catchment action plan process is a community-driven process, so we don't necessarily dictate the outcome in terms of ensuring that it's fully consistent with government principles.
And so, just to follow up that, and again, the 25 to 27 goals. Are you confident that the teams have allowed enough budget in there to ensure that those catchment action plans are completed in that timeframe?
As it stands at the moment, with the time it's taking, I wouldn't sit here and say I'm 100% confident that we would have them all done by 2027. I think that's part of the review that we're going to bring to you is how we might achieve that.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson and Leah.
Thank you. Let's go into on a page document, which you was on. It's a slow bit. My nervousness is about 5, going along the outcomes. And I'm going to use the example that I think Libby took us through with the recent outbreak of the poultry farm, where we absolutely ensured that there was a proactive response to emerging issues, but we weren't necessarily leading it because there was another body, the MPI in that case, that was leading it. And I'm wondering if it's too ambitious to put that we're going to be the leaders in all things, but that we're just going to ensure that there is a proactive response by the best group. And so, it's not semantics in this case, because I don't want to set ourselves up for failure and the expectation that we're going to be there. The other part of that is that I know that there are huge amounts of community groups that are leading this stuff, and we shouldn't try and do what they're already doing. So I'm just wondering if that is a fair comment or whether I've misunderstood what this means.
It's a good point to make. I guess the the intent is not to say all things. I guess it would sit within the scope of the strategy and the role that we have. But I guess the other piece is that leadership doesn't necessarily mean doing everything, right? And that we might be promoting a proactive approach to issues that might impact biodiversity, Indigenous biodiversity and Otago, that others might need as well. So that could, I guess, include working with MPR in those sorts of scenarios.
I think that maybe I am taking the word differently than you are, but I think the idea of leading, I mean, if, look, sitting over there, Timothy's done a huge amount of leading in the allied penguin space. I think those that have done that work may feel that that is sort of presumpting them, and I think that as long as we ensure, I'm sorry, I don't know, Hawani, you're there, I should be talking about what you've done, equally in that space, apologies. And many other spaces, may I say. If I was talking about possum control, especially in the what Otago Biodiversity Group have done, I'd hate to say that we were leading in that space. We've enabled, and I would like to think that that's our role, and we ensure that there are groups leading. But I think it is more than semantics to suggest that we should be not looking like we know best. Sorry, and that's, I don't want to put other groups off taking some credit where they deserve it, and so that's why I'm asking the question.
And yeah, I think the thrust of number 5 is really about the proactiveness.
Yeah.
And you're right, you know, the strategy speaks to empowering others and connecting with others who are doing a lot of mahi in this space, as well as the work that we do as well. So, you know, it could be a tweak to the wording that ORC is responding proactively or
ensuring there is,
yeah, taking a proactive approach or something like that.
That's where.
Colette should just say that as a comment.
Oh.
Debate instead.
Councillor Callagher.
Thank you. This is very holistic, and I'm worried that what it will actually do, especially towards biodiversity, is that rather than actually become an enhancer of biodiversity, is the end outcome that this will suddenly be an impediment on almost every resource consent application and every aspect of land use across Otago, that we may end up with unattainable biodiversity protection requirements that actually, rather than protecting biodiversity, just gets in the way and adds more work, more effort, more detail to prepare and provide in resource consent.
Joe can take that.
So the answer is no. No, that's not the intent of the strategy or how it would be used in the RMA consenting process.
Will that be apparent to the community as this is consulted upon?
I would imagine so, but we can always make sure that it is clear that this is a council-wide strategic document with clear objectives in it. But yes, it should be clear to them.
I think it goes to Michael's point there around the explanation of how it's to be used as part of the consultation material. Where does it fit and how is it used? Because it's not used as a guide for a consenting process. It sits in that high level strategic documents of the council.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Rightio, Councillor Laws.
The National Policy Statement on Indigenous Biodiversity was amended in October of last year. Does this paper reflect those amendments?
Thank you, Councillor. Something we've been very mindful of and keeping a watching gaze on. And yes, it does reflect those amendments. Those were largely around the timeframe for identification of significant natural areas. Actually, I shouldn't say largely, that was the extent so far. So yes.
Okay, because I've just gone through it and I can't find anything that matches your principles and how we'll work in that amended National Policy Statement of October 2024. Can you, I mean, you don't have to do it now, but it'd be nice to see where you got these from because it's not in the NPS.
Sure. So I guess in terms of the 3 knowledge systems, the NPS section 3.3 in terms of Māori and that intrinsic value and the well-being of Indigenous biodiversity. We're talking about the decision-making principles in section 1.5. A couple of good ones. I think Kia Taki Tai is really looking at our regional policy statement principally.
So it doesn't come from the MPS.
Some of the principles do, but I don't have to the top of my mind whether Kia Taki Tai is in the MPS.
Listen, I'm just trying to labour a point, as you can probably appreciate, about Western science. It doesn't say anything about Western science in the national policy statement.
Sure, I guess that was the national strategy that was being drawn on there.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Lisa.
I'm wondering if it would just be easier to take the word Western out of there. Or talk about 3 knowledge systems.
I think that's what we were saying before. We're now in questions, but if people want to do something, then they can do something.
I'm just wondering if it would just put an end to this argument.
I thought Richard said no.
Oh, did he? I'm sorry.
Well,
I thought you said no.
no, he said that we've always got the opportunity to do whatever we like. Yeah.
But it doesn't staff not proposing.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, but we can say you allowed
Yeah.
this.
You're not going to need twink.
All right, so can we move on then? Yep. Moving, fantastic. Anyone seconding? Councillor Forbes. Right, would you like to speak, Councillor Weir?
Yeah, I don't have much to say, but I just think this is building on a number of biodiversity initiatives from the successes of the Eco Fund and site-led projects, and the work that we're working on with catchment action planning and our large-scale environmental fund, and this sort of takes that step back and looks at all the work we're doing and takes a strategic approach to outlining the future of that work and how we do maintain the biodiversity we have, and empower communities to take that action. I think we could also draw from the really valuable resources in knowledge. Like a lot of the actions are talking about knowledge. We've got the University of Polytech here with a whole lot of research going on about biodiversity and stuff that we can draw from. And we have that on the ground knowledge from communities about what works and what doesn't. And of course, we also have Mataraka Māori, which is increasingly being used in conservation efforts around the country, with really, really good results, and filling in those knowledge gaps and helping conservation projects be more efficient and effective. So really looking forward to us drawing on all of those areas of knowledge that we have in the community, taking these steps and looking at biodiversity into the future and getting on with it. Cool.
Would you like to speak now, Principal?
I don't think there's a lot more to be said. I think this is a really, really good piece of work. We're, as far as I'm concerned, we're at the desperate end of biodiversity, and the more that we can bring to it, the wider the knowledge systems, the more we can drive community action, empowering our action, and the partnerships crack on and go well. And it's and thank you for this. Happy to support it.
Councillor.
Look, I think New Zealand's Indigenous biodiversity is internationally unique. We've got species in this country that are found nowhere else in the world. So this strategy is really important. The process involved in the whole drafting of this has been pretty solid. It's involved council reps, staff, mana whenua, and an impressive list of, I think, about 44 stakeholders that you've listed in the paper, which is really good. It's also informed by the New Zealand Biodiversity Strategy, a national policy statement for Indigenous biodiversity, and the RMA. So it's well grounded. So just encourage everybody to support it.
Councillor Somerville, then Laws.
Thank you. Look, I just note that there's been an impressive range of people and groups consulted in putting this together, all listed in section 15, and there was 44 groups there. That's very good to see. And I will look forward to the next stage in consultation and hearing what that input, and looking forward to the real practical outputs coming from this.
Councillor Laws.
Yes, the National Policy Statement on on Indigenous biodiversity is really quite useful, because it also has an appendix at the back that lists a whole series of birds, actually, in the main, that are unique to New Zealand, and that's sort of gives some sort of context to the consultation. And I think that our strategy would be greatly informed if we were much more specific about the kind of Indigenous biodiversity that currently exists in Otago and that which we are seeking to protect. So in any public consultation that we do, I'd be disappointed if there wasn't much more itemisation. Otherwise, this is just an exercise in words, just another one of those strategy documents that means nothing. I'm very keen on promoting the idea that science is science. It doesn't belong to the West. It's international, it belongs to the entire world. Its origins are from the entire world. Numerous cultures over many generations and centuries have contributed to human knowledge, which we best encompass in the word science. And so the idea that it's Western is unnecessarily divisive, and I think perhaps illustrative, though, of a mindset that we don't really want to be exhibiting when we're going out to consult with a community, most of whom are not Indigenous, to be fair. So with that exception, I'm happy to support this, but I would like the word Western to be removed and the word science just to be placed there in the documentation that we send out.
Okay. You'd have to get them over in the seconder to agree to that, I think.
Sorry, who's moving?
Oh, Councillor Ware's moved. Who's the second? Councillor Forbes.
Is that all right, Councillor Ware?
I'm comfortable with the wording as is.
Yep.
Why?
Sorry, I haven't got my mic on. So mic cut. Yeah. Councillor Ware doesn't want that change.
Then can I move an amendment, please?
Not sure if. Oh, an amendment. I suppose it is an
Yeah,
amendment.
then you vote on the amendment. Yeah.
Radio. Yep.
Right,
And
let
the
us-
amendment is just to remove the word Western in one place.
Well, where it's referred to as Western science, to replace just simply with the word science.
Okay.
Happy to second.
Right, so the amendment becomes the motion and Councillor Laws gets to speak to it, I understand.
I think I've given the reasons why.
Right, does anyone else need to speak to this one? Yep, Councillor Ware, then Wilson.
Yeah, look, I don't think it's a major issue either way. But I do think there's a reason that it's referred to as Western science in the National Biodiversity Strategy that we're pulling from. It is commonly referred to as Western science. I'm currently studying a science that we recognise the formal institutions as a product of Western institutions, but also recognise that there are other sciences, whether you call them sciences or not, out there that don't fall into these formal structures of scientific journals and formal academic institutions like that, and instead take the form of something like Mataraka Māori. And so I think the language Western science is just about recognising that there is that diversity in the knowledge systems that we're pulling from. And I don't think we need to really take an issue with that and make it a big deal, but it is what it is.
Councillor Wilson, you had your hand up.
I'll leave it to, I would debate on that.
Sure. Anyone else on this one? Councillor Forbes.
After we last had this discussion, Michael, I went and just Googled about and found about 10 Reddit forum discussions on this very subject, which started going back into the origins of science as we know it today and the scientific principles that we know today, and that no doubt you're trained in better than I am, Elliot. But and the interesting thing is that most of the scientific principles that we operate from come from the early Islam area of thinking, and was modified by the Greeks and has come to us. And West is a very strange concept anyway. And so based on that discussion, I've moved more to your way of thinking on it, on my searching around there. But I'm very interested as to how mana whenua feel about this, and I'm not going to put Wani on the spot or ask you those questions, but I am interested in it. But there are knowledge systems, and sometimes we call some of those systems empirical science. And so there's all sorts of different words and things. And so I can live with going just science, and I can support this motion based on that. I can live with that if that bothers people. I would have sometime liked to know what mana whenua think, and it may well be a discussion from mana to mana at one stage, but I'd hate to see this strategy come under any threat because of an argument over that word. So for that reason, I'll support that. Thanks.
Right. I think we might have finished the debate, but I was just going to come back to you, Councillor Laws, if you wanted a right of reply.
No, I just want to endorse what Alexis just said. In actual fact, I think the origins of science largely are linked to ancient Arabia, for Egypt and Mesopotamia, and they weren't regarded as part of the West at that time. So that's the reason why I just like to use the word that acknowledges all cultures that have added to our sum total of human knowledge.
Alrighty, we will put, we put the amendment, that's right, and then we go back to the other one, the division, rightio.
Councillor Forbes.
Yes.
Councillor Kelleher.
Yes.
Councillor Laws.
Yes.
Councillor Malcolm.
Yes.
Councillor McCall.
No view. Abstain.
Councillor Methven.
Yes.
Councillor Noon.
Yes.
Councillor Robertson.
Yes.
Councillor Somerville.
Yes.
Councillor Weir. Councillor Wilson.
Yes.
Motion has passed. 9 in favour, 1 against, 1 abstain.
Councillor Wilson, you got a procedural?
No, I was going to talk to the motion, which is the amended motion. I hadn't
Yep.
yet talked to it. If
You're
I may.
welcome to.
Thank you. Look, I'm going to support this. I don't think it's necessarily absolutely perfect, the motion, and I'm, raising matters that I've got concerns with. I'm not going to ask to change it now. What I appreciate that you've consulted with some wonderful people out there doing some wonderful work, and that in fact the team are doing some wonderful work in presenting this. I think it is a really good time to send it out to the communities and encourage them to submit on it. I don't want it to just be as wordy as it is, and I think the messaging is, does this make it really clear what good looks like in the Indigenous biodiversity space? Because if we're not showing people that by a strategy, and the challenge is, how can we make it do that? I don't know that it is helping the community. And so I think it's a good process to do this. I think it's ready for that. And my encouragement to be sure of asking the community, not just to change the words necessarily, and worry about things like who's leading and what science is, but actually, does this take us to a space where we know clearly that we're doing the right thing and the best thing? And I spent a lot of time considering in the last few weeks where this government's going or not leading us potentially in the RMA's reform space. We rely in here in section 35, which I think has been one of the biggest Achilles heels of the RMA, because it is assumed generally that if something is degrading, it's a land use issue. And we almost go to that point because we don't have to work out, it's not our responsibility, or it's no one's responsibility to actually work out what the problem is. It is just an assumption that we change a plan somewhere and fix it. That's a huge jump. What I think we need to be doing is directing people if they want to and do good, of what that looks like. And I think that's been the biggest issue, that we haven't been well versed in New Zealand, and certainly not in Otago, is showing people what that looks like. And this is an opportunity for the communities to tell us what that looks like, and whether this is sending us on that journey, to use your words, Councillor McCall, or whether we need to be shown it in a different way. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Councillor No.
Yeah, look, I believe we all highly value Indigenous biodiversity and the connections that we have with it. I think it's important to remember this is a draft. We've got an opportunity now to share our thoughts, and when I say our, I'm talking the process that we've been through thus far with the wider community. I think Kate's sort of nailed it. I think, you know, we're never ever going to have all the ideas moulded into a draft at this point in time. So the opportunity now is to share those thoughts that we have, the wider community, and amalgamate the views. So hopefully we will end up with a document that'll stand the test of time. So yeah, we look forward to the feedback we get from the wider community.
Very important point to note there, Councillor Noon. Thank you. Is there anyone else who needs to speak? We probably need to move on. I think we've got a few more papers. Rightio. So we can put it then. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Thanks everyone, and a massive thank you to everyone that's been involved, particularly the reference group, but all of those heaps and heaps of groups that have been involved to this point, and we look forward to consultation. Now, we got next. Yeah, we might just have a quick break now, and then we'll just go through to the end, I think, following that. So it'll be like a 10-minute break. Yeah, I know. We'll get there. So I move that we break for 10 minutes.
Heavy.
Yep. I seconded Councillor Malcolm. All in favour? Aye. It's carried. we go. We need to be orderly because we're about to turn on the recording. I think we have. Great. We are underway. So paper 10.6 is regional deals. We have Anita and Andrea coming forward. Everyone's read the paper. The key thing here is to establish the joint committee and to ensure that we've got a representative. Will be the chair, but then there needs to be a named other representative as well. And yeah, if you need any other questions, we're here to answer them. Anita, is there anything we need to touch on?
No, not specifically. I guess what the intention of the group was to get ready for timing of government decisions. So we were told that early July, late June, organisations will hear. So this is just to get us set up in anticipation of something that may happen. CODC have just considered the same paper and approved these about 10 minutes ago. Our Queenstown Lakes are considering it tomorrow. So we're all very closely aligned in terms of timing. Happy to answer any questions between Andrew and myself and Richard, but otherwise we'll just take paper as read.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Somerville.
Thank you. Look, I just had some questions to clarify things around the negotiating principles. So I'm looking at section 35 in the paper. So 35B talks about any negotiation arrived at needs to be consistent with partner councils. All these climate, biodiversity, spatial and destination management plans. So just what does that include? Does that include all our written strategies, for example, as well?
So through the chair, to a point, so when we submitted the Lighthouse proposal, we had to have sort of the evidence for our proposals, our 5 key aspects. We had to submit evidence with it, so we had to provide plans, strategies that supported those things. So this one just says where we've set out a strategy that aligns with goals, then it has to be consistent, i.e. Our emission reductions targets that we have in our public transport space is one of those things. So that's an identifiable and measurable goal that we have. So it's just around the supporting information we had that sort of sets the parameters in terms of what the Light Touch proposal is consistent with.
Right, yeah, no, I think I get that. So not necessarily all our documents providing direction though.
Not necessarily all of them across all 3 organisations.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. 35C, consistent with dependencies identified by partner councils. What does that mean? I didn't know what that meant.
So for example, health, which is an odd one to focus on because it's not us, but the health package, for example, was contingent on a private-public partnership, and actually just the group playing sort of a supporting role to get that online, rather than the group funding health, initiatives on its own. Transport is contingent upon things like discussions with government departments, NZTA around funding and opportunities and things like that. So it really is just about us not doing this on our own. It's doing it in conjunction with the central government and private sector to realise opportunities.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And 35D, an agreed deal will uphold Te Tiriti o Waitangi and its principles and will be delivered in partnership with Ngāi Tahu. So I suppose, I guess what the question is, if that's to be delivered in partnership with Ngāi Tahu, we'd expect to have, Ngāi Tahu would have had a role in framing the plan. You able just to outline what role they had in that, or is this beyond the scope of questioning today, do you think?
So my understanding is that Ngāi Tahu have provided support in principle, but they haven't been specifically engaged in developing the proposal. So Queenstown Lakes were sorry, my phone's ringing with suspected spam, which is a scam. Queenstown Lakes had engaged with Ngāi Tahu as they were developing the proposal when they thought they were going to launch one on their own. We haven't been involved directly, but my understanding is that they were working reasonably closely with them. And originally Ngāi Tahu provided principal support for Queenstown Lakes, and then that was brought into the overall deal.
Yeah, okay, so we'll look with interest should this come ahead, what delivery in partnership means. Look, and I did have one other question about the decision making, just so we know what we're getting our representatives into. And that is on page 943 of the council papers. Where it talks, so that's in that memorandum of understanding, section 4.4 there, about the way the committee will make decisions. And it talks about the decisions being made by consensus, but it also talks about voting. So it wasn't clear to me whether that meant decisions would be made by consensus or whether they would be made by voting, because they are not the same thing. So, Abel, can you clarify that?
I think you're right. I don't think it's necessarily as clear as it could be.
Yeah.
I think the intent is consensus.
Right.
So it would basically be that everybody votes to support that discussion, but we can go away and clarify that to make sure that group are.
Because that would sound like a unanimous vote rather than consensus. Consensus decision making.
That's right.
Is
already have the vote part.
Allows a whole lot wider sort of things. Good to clarify. Thank you.
Yeah, councillor Weir.
Yeah, sorry, just in terms of the process from here, is this the final step for the whole of council other than ratifying the final deal? Is there any other opportunity for us to inform what the two representatives on the committee will base their decisions of, or what bottom lines we have as a council?
So this paper just gets us to a starting line if we are presented one, and any formal decisions would require council approval. So there is still another process and more involvement.
So I think, Elliot, to your point, in terms of the steps between now and being presented, finally the information or the sort of guidance through the conversations we've been having is that the government are looking for a collaborative but smaller group in terms of the guidance negotiation process. A key part of that would be that the two representatives of each council were in regular communication to ensure that what was being proposed, which obviously will be guided by the light touch proposal and the principles that are in here already, because it's got to be within the bounds of the deal that's been put forward. But we shouldn't get to a point where at the end of the process it's a big surprise to everybody what's in the final document for ratification. If that makes sense. So it's not a series of formal opportunities, but it should be an opportunity to ensure people are well informed.
I thought 6.2A, report back to partner councils at each council meeting on progress made during negotiation. Seek any recommendations, direction required, allows negotiations to progress. There'll be a standing agenda item relating to regional deal negotiations at each meeting of the governing body of each partner during the negotiations phase. Yeah. Councillor Wilson.
So I have sat through and gone to meetings on this where we have discussed a number of times water storage and agricultural growth. We've said that we want them in there, and this agreement excludes them completely. Where have I missed something? But I don't see any of those referred to, and yet they are part of, albeit lightly, the regional deals package.
So grow highly productive sectors. So E is 6.3E. captures a number of pieces of feedback, and there was also the feedback, I think, from Gary around the use. I think previously we'd used agriculture, which had been used in a prior document rather than primary production. So it's acknowledged that there are a number of things within that, but this does not list specific things.
And that's under visitors and investors, it's not under water storage or even primary sector. Well, it misses it, really, doesn't it? I mean, if that's how that certainly doesn't, I had missed that was where it was meant to be notched, and I'm really disappointed. That gives no sorry, I'll ask this question. So Richard, whoever put this document together, because it's meant to reflect what we agreed in the previous meeting. Do you think that gives as stronger alignment as needed to ensure that is highlighted as an option under that one line compared to, say, all of the other ones that have got quite a lot of detail in there?
So I'm comfortable between the light touch proposal and this, that there is scope to progress those conversations with government, yes.
Any other, councillor Weir?
So just around paragraph 43, just around financial considerations, mentions that the costs so far are just in staff time, which makes sense, but that specific resources might need to be allocated further down the line if we progress. What kind of resources are we talking about there that we might need to invest?
Staff, time, and whether that comes from staff or expertise, could be external though. One of the decisions that will need to be made by the committee is around the negotiator, or whether that's, so there potentially will be some costs involved with that. So there might be some costs. We would need to come back and have that conversation, but it's right for us to foreshadow that there may be some costs as part of this process, but we need to wait and see.
Councillor McCall.
Yeah, the working group, is the intention for the working group to continue if we get to the stage of actually having a regional deal and getting through a negotiating process, will the working group continue on to the implementation phase of any regional deal?
Joint committee is.
So just to confirm, the working group is a staff level group.
Oh,
You're
sorry,
referring to
sorry,
the
working
joint-
group.
The subcommittee.
Yeah.
The joint committee. This is just the first phase. We haven't actually worked past what would happen if we get and then negotiate a successful deal. So we would need to revisit those decisions.
We might be questions. Somebody want to move something? Councillor McCall.
Yeah, I'm happy to move all EDCs. I'll just get to the page. 1 to 5, and I'd like to move that the joint committee, the Otago Regional Council is represented by Chair Robertson and Councillor Forbes to the joint committee.
Thank you. Is there a seconder, Councillor Mepham? Do you want to speak to that, Councillor McCall?
Oh, yes, I can do. Turn my thing on. I think it's a wee bit of a crossroads here that we're moving to the next step in the regional deals process, which we're all sitting waiting to see how the cabinet reacts to the deal. The regional deals around this. It's got a relatively narrow scope based on the light touch proposal, which was submitted by the Queenstown Lakes District, Central Otago District Council and ORC in partnership. So the purpose of this paper is to establish the governance structure to enable a cohesive approach to any negotiations with the government officials as to what may end up in a regional deal or get over the line. It's important to have a united voice, and hence this plan to appoint a working group. Obviously, their chairs and mayors are automatically appointed, and we have a second one to be appointed by the council. I think it's completely appropriate that we have a Dunstan ward councillor representatives on this one. I think to move Alexa into the position is probably a good one, right where it is now. Alexa's lived a long time in the Queenstown area. She's been involved in Queenstown Lakes District Council. She has a really strong understanding of how the area has developed over time, and has probably got pretty good understanding of the main components of the regional deal, which is around mass rapid transport and alternative energy sources, etc., etc. I'm getting the best out of, obviously, the profile that area has, gives to not only Otago but to New Zealand Inc. And with the course, etc. I think when we're looking at establishing the working group, it's important we recognise we have to be able that the intention is for the working group to come to consensus decisions, which I think Alexa would be very good at putting a point of view forward and communicating back to our council. But at the end of the day, pragmatic enough that there will be times where there needs to be some flex to be able to get to consensus decisions. It's a significant time commitment, and there's one thing that sort of run through my mind. This is like pre-working group initially, but it's going to probably be running over the election period as well. So Alexa not standing, she's sort of like, it gives us some sort of form of independence, where if any of the rest of us were standing, you'd have to be really careful with our, how we approach stuff when we may be in campaign mode, I guess. So I think that's probably a bit of a strength as well. The other thing is, going forward, where nobody sitting at this table today is going to be guaranteed to be sitting at the table in 3 months' time. So I think by having Alexa there, we've got somebody who's got the knowledge to be able to, understand the discussions for that whole Otago Central Lakes area, and you've got the ability to report back to us and get the process underway. And then the new triennium, depending on who's sitting at the table, we obviously will need to put somebody in that seat. So that's pretty much what I think. I think Alexa is the person for the job, so I'll nominate her, and I'm happy with all other 4 recommendations.
Councillor Mewfam, seconded. Did you want to say something?
I don't think I can add to that.
Councillor Somerville.
Thank you. I am very sceptical about the whole regional deals process, and I feel it has been an unsatisfactory process getting to this stage and putting that light touch proposal together. I see there's pretty limited alignment with ORC strategic directions, and I'm also very concerned about those health proposals, which appear to be, the first 2 about information is good, but the other 2 appear to me to be looking to undermine the public health system, which I would not want to support. However, I am prepared to support this going to the next stage in the process, and I'm very happy with our 2 representatives who we are proposing. Thank you.
Anyone else? We've got Councillor Weir.
Yeah, just briefly, I share Councillor Somerville's scepticism with the regional deals process, but and in particular the mining royalties part of our deal so far, particularly in what it means for our role as a regulator, and our role in the fast track process as well, and how that might undermine that. So I've got a lot of discomfort there, but I have a lot of comfort with our representatives that we're putting forward to the committee, who will be able to have a voice and make sure whatever lands on the table in the end does meet our strategic directions and all of that. And I think there is really promising stuff in the deal, particularly around electrification, and some opportunities for the transport system, and a few other things. So happy to support it today, but yeah, registering my discomfort for the future.
Sorry, councillor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Look, I'm not going to support this, and I'm not going to support it based on the memorandum of agreement. I've attended meetings in Alexandra and the other workshops that we've had, and we've been very clear that one of the key drivers of the government at the moment is to increase the production throughout New Zealand. Production and the production within Otago gives us the ability to grow, and it gives us the ability to pay for what we need. But I assume that all these tourists that they're promoting are going to be carbon free. So I suppose that's a good plus. One of our key statements right from the very start was to ensure that we had, one of our key things was around water storage options and the ability to give us resilience and diversity of production. We haven't seen that anywhere apart from a one-liner under visitors and investors. And so the key drivers of this up in Central, well, thanks for listening. I can't support it. I think the concept of regional deals is absolutely superb. That means getting hand in glove with central government to ensure that we can promote our province and get it growing. But in reality, I think we've fallen really short on the guiding principles that this was meant to be governed by. So I just simply can't support it.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
I think it is unfair to criticise the regional deals as a process when I think we own that process to an extent ourselves, because we weren't involved right from the start, and we were presented on behest of other councils ideas that we had no chance and have not been able to influence. So I'm not quite sure why we wouldn't like to be in regional deals. But I'm not happy with this agreement. I wasn't happy with the proposal. I think it shows an arrogance of a real risk that even if it was successful, it is so reliant on people travelling that it hasn't learned any of the lessons of 2020 and COVID. If you're not investing in your land for New Zealanders to be more productive rather than requiring travel, then seriously, we have forgotten what our job is. This doesn't talk to a regional deal to me. This talks to Queenstown Lakes District Council, and it could be their own plan. I think it has been put together badly, poorly. I don't think it reflects a regional deal, and the opportunity was there. I wouldn't be surprised if it failed. I don't want to wish that upon anyone, because I do think those areas need investment. But could we have presented a better case? Absolutely. And it's our fault that we haven't. And we've tried, we've talked around the table, and I can't see any change. In fact, I see any ideas that we've added having been made poorer. We've articulated these concerns, and I don't know the process and the voting that got us this document, but I have to say that if I was someone in a landowner or an occupier or business in vast tracts of the Dunstan ward, which is what it covers, I wouldn't feel that this spoke to me at all. It really limits the opportunities or investment in my ambitions. And that's a really sad indictment. So I'm really sorry. I'm not going to support it. I won't vote against it because I'm not going to be, I don't think there's any point voting against it, but I cannot support it. And I'm really sad that we haven't held, as leaders, I've just talked about why we shouldn't claim to be leaders, but we should have been leading this, and we should have had our hand on the pen. And do I feel like that? No, I feel like we've had it. We've had a very poor contribution to be made, because I feel like many of us around this table have not been listened to when we've raised these issues. So I will not be voting for it. That doesn't mean that I don't have support for the people who maybe wanted to represent us around the table. It's not about that. I just can't support this application.
All right. Oh, sorry, Councillor. No, you were next.
Yeah, I look happy with the membership recommendations. I just want to pick up on the point that Kate and Kevin have made with the lack of focus in the primary sector. And to be fair, we're talking about the primary sector, we're talking about pastoral farming, we're talking about viticulture, we're talking about horticulture, all vital to the Central Otago district and beyond. And I would, however, suggest that to vote against this now at this point, it's a bit like training for a marathon and spending months and months and months and getting your fitness right, and then not prepared to turn up on the day when the race actually starts. So I think we need to stay in the race, even though the race hasn't really started, but the race to get fit for purpose is on. And I think for us to be there to ensure that that happens is absolutely critical.
Absolutely agree. I'll speak to that in a minute. Councillor Laws was next.
Listen, we are sort of Johnny come late, but in answering Kate's criticism, that's down to us at the day. QLDC at this moment took the initiative and have pretty much constructed, I have to say, a regional deal that is very much a district deal. But having said that, there's nothing else out there. So I guess the challenge that you'd put there is, well, if not this, what? And given that this is something that has been supported by both the two TAs, the QLDC and the CODC, that they see this as a way forward, I'm comfortable in supporting them. There isn't an alternative proposal. We weren't part of any initiative ourselves. And really, at the end of the day, our imprimatur is only something that's required by the government. It's not critical or pivotal to this particular project. It's almost a tick box exercise at the end of the day, and that we're going to have representatives sitting around the table. I think we're very fortunate, really. There'll be a degree of influence that we didn't exert from day one. So, yeah, I'll support this.
Thanks, Councillor Laws. I don't know if there's others that want to speak, but your hands aren't up at the moment. So I'll just say that, yeah, I agree with a lot of what's just been said recently. Exactly, QLDC and CODC support this proposal. We have been involved in public workshops getting to this point. Our council's been involved as well. It's a partnership between three councils. It's really important that we are there, that we are supportive, that we are unified, and it opens the door to a conversation with government. It's a huge opportunity for us. I think we're lucky to be in this position as well. Thanks, Councillor Laws. And that we've developed, I think, a pretty damn good proposal. So there's quite a lot of criteria that sit behind these as well. And so there's been a heap of work. And you're right, Queenstown may feel as though, it might look as though Queenstown are leading. They've got strategies. You must have those strategies that sit behind this, that vision. There's a lot of criteria that comes to what can go into it. CODC have also put those forward as well, and we're there as well, and we're putting our lenses of what's important to us as well. I think others have mentioned it as well, that it won't be perfect at this stage, but it will be a chance to start those conversations. My understanding is, as well as this government, any probably future government as well is probably quite keen on regional deals as a vehicle as well. So to say that we're not keen to start that off would be crazy, in my opinion. This is a real opportunity and we need to be there. I think whoever's nominated is probably a little bit irrelevant, but I do think that it needs to be the person that's named needs to be from the area. I think we got 3 really good representatives from that area. It's very, very hard to choose one amongst that. It would be great to have all 3 of them there. We need to choose one. So that's what we're doing today, but I personally would be happy with any of those representatives. So there we go. Yeah, just thanks everyone. I would strongly urge people to get behind this. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Oh, okay. Well, we are going to have a right of reply then if you want one.
I'll make the motions to be put, thanks, Chair.
Rightio, we'll put the motion. All in favour? Aye. Against?
No.
Would you like your votes recorded? No, okay, motion is passed, thank you. Thanks, everyone. 10.7. Revised statement of investment policies and objectives. This one has been before Audit and Risk Subcommittee, and there are recommendations there. Welcome back, Nick.
Thank you. It's nice to be back.
Yeah, I'm sure, yeah. Rightio. Do you want to introduce this one?
Yeah, well, hopefully this one's fairly self-explanatory. We've gone through quite a process with with the initial review that went to Audit and Risk back end of last year, and then done a series of workshops and meetings with Audit and Risk, and even had one of those at a presentation from JB Ware in the Finance Committee. So a few weeks ago at Audit and Risk, the last piece of the puzzle around whether or not the SIPO should be amended to include a private equity allocation was discussed. And what you've got here is a marked up version of the revised SIPO that reflects the decision on that and the decision in the previous Audit and Risk around the other items around allocations and some changes. So all of it has been through, and what you see in front of you just reflects effectively what Audit and Risk has already debated and decided. And obviously the recommendations haven't gone from there through finance and then onto here, but the SIPO is a document that council has to approve. So we just sort of bypass that and bring the final document direct to council for adoption.
Very good. Question, councillor one.
Well, I'd like to move some recommendations. Thank you, Chair.
Right. Do you want to speak to it, Tim?
Look, it's once again, it's been a good process. It's come through here. I think the main change that we see is just moving the property asset allocation, recognising that we have a big exposure through property, through Chalmers property and Port Otago. So that's really the only significant change to SIPO.
Anyone else want to speak to it? Councillor Somerville.
Yeah, thank you. And look, I'm just to say I'm very pleased Audit and Risk recommended, and I hope this council will be deciding to fully retain the responsible investment policy we adopted earlier in this term.
No further hands are up, so we'll put it all in favour. Aye. Against, carried. Thanks. Thank you. We're on to Port Otago ECI.
Happy to move when you're ready.
Yep, good one.
Second.
Everyone has seen this one and knows it well, so I wouldn't imagine this question. So we've got a mover and a seconder. But would you like to speak, Councillor Malcolm?
Oh, no, I'll save that till later. Yep. Thank you.
Anyone else want to speak? Okay, well, I just wanted to, well, I know that you'll want to acknowledge the port, but I just wanted to acknowledge the timeframe under which the port has worked with us to bring this forward. We have a significant jump of about 8 months in terms of being meeting, I guess, local government timeframe, which might be different to the port's own timeframe. So just a massive thanks to the work that's gone into doing that. And also the process that we've been through with them, which is really robust. So I don't want to take the thunder from you, Councillor Malcolm.
Oh, look. Yeah, look, so we asked the board of directors and the senior leadership team to come back and realign everything and make sure things were timely. They've done that. They've actually also considered what we've done in workshops, and I believe they've come back with a statement of corporate intent that reflects the wishes of us as the shareholder, and they're certainly on a very good path. If we look at the materiality system that they're through now, where they've got their our kamahi, our wider community, our assets, our financial value, our know-how and skills, and our harbour, Tauranga and beyond. They're all reflecting really good moves to ensure that they're a good corporate citizen, and where they have weaknesses, they're improving those and making sure that they've got something exceptionally valuable for us as a community to have. Let's not forget the wee figure of $20 million, that had they not increased that to $20 million this year, we would have had a slightly different figure than a 5.5%. We must not forget the value of that $20 million. Some can say that that may not be the greatest return on investment of their total portfolio, but at the end of the day, that is cash out of their cash flows, and that's what we've got to be very careful and look at. They do the materiality survey that they do. You'll see that this year they've done a pulse update, which they do that by talking to stakeholders, talking to their staff, and talking to those people involved in their operation, and their key factors that have come through for this year. The top three are safety, leadership, capacity, and infrastructure. Safety is absolutely paramount at the port, and the port are renowned throughout New Zealand for leading that safety charge, and they're constantly talking through with other ports to ensure that they have that front of mind, and it's very obvious when you go and talk to people within their organisation and at all staff levels that is a key focus, so that people are exceptionally important. Leadership, from the comments that I've heard, it is critical for them that they focus, that their leadership is switched on, understands their market, and understands what that whole port environment is about, and it's clear that that is happening, and that also proves testament to the work we do as shareholders in appointing a very good set of directors. They seem to be, to me, growing in knowledge of the whole port system, but growing an awareness of what they need to be doing for the whole of Otago. So to me, that's really, really key. Flexibility, they've got a key thing now, a key directive, that an always open port. And that's going to be absolutely critical as we face the weather uncertainties, shipping uncertainties, and the likes. They've made some really good infrastructure improvements. They've just gone ahead with the commissioning of a tug that will allow for larger ships to get in here within the bounds of the port. They've also gone and purchased a new dredge. Great move. They've done that with Port of Napier, which will be sharing a very expensive, I think, a $35 million resource that they'll be sharing with another port. But the beauty of that is the work. It's an environment. Can I say that correct? An environmentally sensitive dredge that's got all the gear on it to ensure that whatever work they have to do, it will be done to the best environmental standards. So they're certainly working down the great work they're doing in their decarbonisation process. Is clearly outlined to us, and outlined in a way where we can actually sit back and say, yes, you're on focus, or you're not slightly on focus. And if they're not on focus, well, we can borrow that. We can borrow one of those tugs and just shift them along into the right direction. 330 people employed, $41.8 million worth of wages into our community, and another $60-odd million worth of port activities into the community. They're focused on that capacity and infrastructure, and we see the exciting stuff of the inland port. They're aware to the future. So well done, Port, and thank you indeed for the SCI, which responded to our needs and is on time and on focus. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Forbes, you like to speak?
I also just wanted to endorse what Kevin said, but I was really interested to see how that they approached their economic impact by commissioning a report that showed what we would lose if they were closed for a year. And I thought that showed us really, really well what value port actually is to us beyond what they contribute to our rates taken or rest of it. Sorry, I forgot about the microphone. So I just want to endorse that and thank them for thinking that way, for going, oh, actually, what would this area lose if we weren't about? And that's a very good way of thinking broadly. So thank you to the port. Happy to receive this.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Um,
Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't going to speak, but I was listening to the two previous speakers and, you know, we talk up the port, we talk them up on a very regular basis. They talk themselves up on a very regular basis. We're very lucky to own the port, but the Otago ratepayers also have to accept that it is a very, very conservative investment, that we leave the we leave the license available to the directors to grow the port assets, and they do that very well. But, you know, we get a $20 million return on a $750 million investment that we're aiming to rise to $800 million. If we put the entire port investment up for sale, buildings and the property investment and the port asset itself, then potentially the sale outcome for that would be more. And even at a 4 or 5% return on investment, we would substantially increase the available funds to offset rates to our ratepayers. So I think we create a lot of license. Our Otago ratepayers, as shareholders of the port, as owners of the port, create a lot of license for the port and take a very small return. It's a 2.67% return at the moment. So yeah, maybe at a time in the future we do have to look at, with escalating costs, is it best to retain ownership of the port or not?
Thank you. Councillor Laws.
Listen, I wasn't going to speak on this until Gary got up. The reality is that as long as I've sat around the council table, what am I, in my 9th year now? The port, I think when I first arrived around the council table, Gretchen, you've been here longer than I think its dividend was something like $4 or $5 million, if that. And it tended to recapitalise its own profit and dividend and didn't really share its asset base with the region at all. It's a very Dunedin-centric organisation, I have to say, in terms of the extracurricular activities it gets involved in. But I think it's come to the time very soon where we need to consider if we are truly getting value out of money from this investment. There are two obvious differences. Obviously, there's the Port of Otago itself, which I understand has an iconic status, particularly in Port Chalmers and Dunedin City. And then there's Chalmers property, which has been the real driver of all of the asset base of the last, 10, 15 years. If we really want to make an impact into improving Otago's environment, its biodiversity, tackling the enormous pest destruction and damage that is caused to our community, making sure that we return lakes and rivers to, if not a pristine, then certainly a world-leading standard, and of promoting genuine environmental objectives for our region, then we really need to make the port and its asset base work much better for us. It was gifted to the Otago region by local government reorganisation in 1989. And really, you'd have to say, apart from subsidising ratepayers, and I'm sure that's welcome to a lot of people just at the moment, but I'm not sure that we utilise this asset base properly for the work we could and should be doing. So I endorse Gary's remarks, and I think it's something that the new council needs to look at with some degree of granularity when they're elected.
All right. Anyone else needing to talk on this one? Would you like a right of reply, Councillor?
Well, I thought I had my right of reply.
Yeah, sorry, you didn't speak, I
and
think, initially,
yeah,
so
that,
you can speak whenever you like.
and I asked her, yeah, I will take a right of reply, and I do reflect on what the DIA are doing currently with regional councils and comparing apples for apples, and we need to do that, and we need to do that in a port state, because if we compare the returns from port to port, and we look at a lovely one sitting in Christchurch, which ain't returning much to their regional council, the reality is ports within New Zealand are constricted by major shipping entities throughout the world. And for any port as a port entity alone to come out and make a profit or barely get through their current position is a very good effort. The beauty we have with the port, their portfolio, if we look at their property portfolio, that has been built and increased and secured to ensure that they, no matter how the port is performing and what vagaries of world positions affect a port, we will still get a very sizable dividend from the property part of the company. At any stage, through any training, we are happy to, we have the ability to review our ownership in the port, and I think it was probably done 5 or 6 years ago. It certainly was. So that can be done at any particular time, but by anyone questioning the value of the port to Otago needs to carefully look at the figures that they've shown in their SCI. I think it was $154 million annually if we remove the port, and really needs to equate that $20 million to the property company and to having a port that's ticking along and being a great gateway for Otago and the rest of our province.
Thank you. We'll put it then. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Very good. 10.9 is Regional Software Holdings Limited Statement of Intent as well, so a similar paper. Just want to highlight to us how come we've got this paper.
Yeah, well, as you noted, this is similar. Back in late 2023, council became a shareholder in Regional Software Holdings Limited, so it became a CEO. As I pointed out in paragraph 7, since then, I'd been receiving their information, but we had been previously, so I've still been treating it as an internal staff type entity as opposed to bringing it here. So it does operate under the CCO legislation and the LGA, slightly different from the port's statement of corporate intent, which is under the Port Companies Act and has different timings. So now that we're a shareholder, we received the draft SOI for RSHL, and we received it back end of February as it's required. They have to finalise it by the end of this month. So they were requesting feedback from us as the shareholder, or you as the shareholder on council, by May, the beginning of May, which is now passed. But this actually popped up. We had the discussion in Audit and Risk a few weeks ago. We were talking about disclosures around in our annual report around port and the joint ventures, and somebody around here, I think it was you, Kate, mentioned about what about what the other entities are doing, being RSHL with the work programs they've got, prompted me to go away and have a look, and I've re-educated myself. So this is actually the opportunity for you to actually see what they're doing, same processes with the port, what's in the work program, provide feedback. Obviously, I've noted that time period is finished. But if there's anything there that council wants to provide feedback, I've spoken to the CE of RSHL. They're happy to receive late feedback. Won't be incorporated in this SOI, but they'll have it to hopefully incorporate in the next draft. And the key thing is from here we can get this process so that we'll next year, when we receive it, we'll be able to get it in front of council in March for formal feedback. The other thing to note is obviously they provide their half-yearly and annual report. So included those for your information. There's no requirement to comment on those, so just really for noting. And then also we received just recently the process to kick off for director appointments. And they note that they've got a couple of vacancies, internal and independent, coming up. And we haven't had a chance to talk about that internally from a staff perspective here yet, but we'll need to have a look at what the process is around that. We do have, or you as council, you have a director appointment or a governance appointment for external appointment policy. We need to just have a look at where this sits in that, because when we developed that, this CCO arrangement wasn't envisaged. So we'll have to tidy that up. So there will be some things that we'll need to bring to you just around that process, around potentially either process that policy or delegations in relation to that, over the next month or two.
Thank you. So, yeah, people will have read it, but we are one of 10 councils that own, that's a shareholder, 10% shareholder, because there's 10 councils in this CCO. And yeah, as Nick's pointed out, it just gives us an annual chance to have a really transparent look at how this model operates and what it's actually delivering. So, and we can give some feedback, so even better. But yeah, we're one of 10. Right, Councillor Metham, questions?
Yeah, the question is around about that shareholding. I was interested when I came across this, and I did a company search to see what the shareholding actually was in the company's office. And it's like we've got one share out of 10,010 shares. So, I mean, is that correct? Or
yes, that is.
So it's almost immaterial, isn't it, really?
Yeah, if you go to page 16 of the statement of intent, which is 1016 in diligent, it outlines the shareholding there. So there's two classes of shares. So we've got 1 out of 10 Class A shares, which are the controlling shares. So since we came on, that's how they've structured the shareholding. There is 10,000 Class B shares, which is how it was structured previously, when all that they were originally set up to do was develop the original Iris platform. And that was the shareholding there. So although, on the company's office, it looks like, we've got 1 out of 10,010.
1%.
Yeah, but 10,000 of them are Class B, don't have any say in how things are controlled. We have 1 out of 10 Class A control shares. So effectively, we've got, only 1 out of 10,000, but we've actually got 10% of the controlling shares.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, and I'm really happy to move the report for the recommendations being put. But the only question I have is, and I appreciate the history with starting for Iris and the other Iris came up there. Just wondering when we move things, as we have the Tokatang and the Lawa into this, that is potentially an asset of our books or as council. Have they come to us as a council to decide to do that, or is that purely operational?
I would have to go back. They have come in terms of we have notified of changes through of the BCAR project, for example, but they haven't come as decisions. With the old model effectively was a council offered, and we offered with both Lawa and BCAR. Now that there is a vehicle for I guess more centralised and coordinated delivery, naturally those have gone back into those processes. Into those structures, processes.
And so the collaborative work, which, sorry, I can't see the name of it now, which is the work that we all do as regional councils together, and it's, thank you, is that where they do joint submissions and everything as well, or is that other work that goes under that name? Because I think it's the same name that you might use in two places.
No, there is, they operate both in terms of joint submissions, which are usually based from the special interest groups, the seats, but then the delivery mechanism for the actual project sits within RSHL, which is effectively separate, but it's a similar.
Yeah, okay, so that, just clarifying it. No, that's great. I'm very happy to move the recommendations.
Do we have a seconder? Yep. Oh, would you like to speak? Oh, a question. Yep, no worries. You can have a question.
If I go to page 1061, which is the 6 monthly statement of comprehensive revenue and expenses, the part that I don't see is insurance and liability covers. So how are we protected? How is ORC protected? And how are the directors and that protected when there's no insurance? Where is that covered and what is that?
I'd have to go and ask them where that is.
Right.
You know, it could just be an administration cost. I'm not 100% sure. I'm fairly sure that they do have, they will have their own insurance cover. Yeah, exactly how much that costs and what it covers. You got to remember for different programs that we've got going on, we'll have our own insurance cover because for what we're doing. And I'm pretty sure that they've got, you know, directors' liability insurance. So, but I'd have to go and ask them where it is and how much it costs.
Yeah, well, but it's probably not so much the cost, because the cost would be the cost, and I'm sure if they have got it, they would have done an appropriate process. But it'll be interesting to know what the covers are to ensure that we are correctly covered. Happy to second.
Right. Anyone want to comment? No, we'll put it then. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. 10.10, we're getting there. Document signed.
Happy to move.
Thank you. Seconder, councillor Known. Yep, people will have read this one. I think we can just put it. So we'll do that. Put it. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Delegations, update to councils. Delegations, yep. Thank you. Seconded. Councillor Known, have you got a question or a seconding? Oh, yeah.
Well, both.
Council, okay, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was the question, sorry, I haven't got it in front of me, but it was the question around the bond for the Green Island landfill, which obviously has been updated since the renewal process or an extension to the original. And my question really was, does the bond, is it essentially a rollover process, or was it something that was, was it something that was reviewed to the extent that it's appropriate because of the extension that was given? Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Just on
wasn't
the
it?
previous paper, councillor Known, but it's okay. We're going to let you have a question on the previous paper and Joe. Go.
It's going to happen sooner or later today, sorry.
So yeah, that came up through the consent hearing and was fully discussed and assessed through that and then popped on, and then we just needed to sign it under the council seal as a guarantee or whatever the term is. Yeah.
Excellent.
Thanks. All good.
Apologies.
No worries. Don't think anyone's got any.
So we're page 1136 now, Andrew.
Well, yeah, thanks very much.
But you seconded.
Yeah. We can go to councillor Forbes, who was also
the
willing
annual
to
plan.
second it, right? Yeah, we might do that.
Okay.
Yeah, councillor Wilson and councillor Forbes. Anything on this one? No. Okay, we'll put it then. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Final paper, 10.12, climate strategy.
Not quite so quick.
Welcome everyone. Great to have your team along today and presenting to council. And yeah, we'll just hand over to you and you can introduce the paper. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa. So this is my first appearance in front of the council. My name is Rebecca McLeod. I'm the principal advisor in the strategy team, and I bring with me Emma, who's also at her first council meeting. Emma's one of our strategic advisors as well. So, and we of course, you know, Hilary and Amanda, no need for introductions there. So we're really pleased to present you with this first annual report on the implementation and effectiveness of the climate strategy. This is the first annual report, but you'll be aware that it's only actually been 6 months since the climate strategy was adopted in December last year. But we think quite a lot of progress has been made in a short time. And in this paper, we have conveyed how the strategy has brought together projects from across the ORC into a cohesive climate work program. And also, in the tables towards the back of the paper there, we demonstrate how climate is a strong theme that cuts across all 18 of the strategic directions. And finally, I'll just say that we've made significant progress on our organisational emissions inventory, which is a really foundational piece of work for the council. So in the interest of time, we'll take the paper as read and open the floor. Thank you.
Questions then? Councillor Weir.
So no praise for debate, but I was just wondering if you might be able to share some more information about where the gaps analysis is sitting, and if it was through that process that those new identified steps came from. But yeah, where to from here with that gaps analysis?
Sure, thanks. So yes, in the paper we identify a few actions that weren't included in the climate strategy that are currently underway in the council. We've got the gaps analysis planned for the coming year, and so that's going to involve working within teams across the council and also with other councils in the region as well, to look at what we should be doing or could be doing more of or less of in order to meet the goals of the climate strategy. And that's going to take a bit of time. So I'm hoping that we'll have that work ready to put back in front of you in the first half of next year, so early in the year.
Okay, go for it.
Yes. And then I was also wondering about the role of our marine environment and blue carbon reserves, because we had a report on that, I think it was last year, separate from any sort of work programs that we've got going on. But I'm wondering how that report or the marine environment generally was considered in the development of the plan or the review of the plan, and if actions by us or advocacy by us for better ocean management, whether that's something like restrictions against bottom trawling or something like that, would help protect some of those blue carbon sinks and doing so, you know, help with mitigation efforts in the plan.
Thanks for that question. So the gaps analysis will expand the scope to start to look at sequestration opportunities across the region and what the role is of the regional council in that space. But there's quite a bit of interesting work going on at the moment at the national government level, where they're starting to look at whether they should be supporting the voluntary credit system for nature credits. And there's also work going on looking at whether coastal wetlands should be brought into the ETS. So that's actually quite good timing for us. So hopefully by the time we've finished the gaps analysis or got some way through the gaps analysis, the national direction on that will be quite clear. And that low carbon report certainly gives us a good foundation of knowledge around those natural assets that we have in the region. But in terms of the coastal marine environment, so beyond wetlands, there's a growing appreciation of the role of marine sediments in storing carbon, and there's been some quite recent research looking at mapping the carbon stores in our sediment throughout the exclusive economic zone, and it has been found that it's the coastal embayments and harbours that are really the most important parts of the coast for storing carbon. So there's also research underway looking at the vulnerability of those stores in terms of disturbance, like you say, with trawling and also things like anchoring impacts, for example. So it may be that that's something worth considering in the plan review. Yeah.
Councillor Sunderland.
Thanks. I was looking at one of the actions listed in that first attachment there, was on page 1149. Attachment 40, where you said workshops with Health NZ Te Whatu Ora on the impacts of climate change on human health held with Clutha and Waitaki councils. I wondered if there were any particular insights that had come from those workshops.
And those workshops have been a bit slow to get underway because of the public health system reforms that have been going on. So that's something that has been a bit slow to get off the mark, and a couple of district councils have managed to have some meetings, but it's still very much a early days piece of work.
And so is LRC involved in those meetings too?
Yeah.
We haven't been to any of the meetings specifically. We've been more connecting the parties together. More of our role is more of that, oversight and helping people to get together. Not to say that we wouldn't go to one, but it's been more, we've been more in that kind of facilitation oversight role.
So, and I understand that you've said with Te Whatu Ora's resourcing things a little slow, but there might be some information coming to us from those at some point.
Yes, I think the way that the workshops have been run, because they basically modelled on some work that was done in Canterbury. So there were some really successful workshops run between, I think, Te Whatu Ora and particularly Christchurch City Council and maybe ECAN. And it was more around the Te Whatu Ora working with staff at the council to help raise awareness or a perspective about health implications or health or wellbeing implications for climate change. So it was more around Te Whatu Ora raising awareness amongst council staff.
Right.
That's the last I understood of it.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Councillor Forbes.
Thank you for this, and it's good to see this report. I'm just wondering about the things that aren't achieved. For example, 44 with educational advice to catchment advisory programs. And it looks like it's not really on our list of things to do anymore. Sorry, thanks, Andrew. On our list of things to do anymore. And the other one that falls into the same sort of category, was it? There's a few of them actually, but developing and implementing public and active transport connectivity strategies. I know that these things aren't easily achieved in current environments, but it seems like there's a lot of stuff that could happen without a lot of costs. And I'm wondering, is it really just on hold? Is that we were leaving those things for the time being?
Thank you. Yes, I mean, I guess firstly, it's important to point out that the climate strategy is a multi-year strategy, and we're just reporting on the first 6 months of action. However, there are a couple of items there that we've flagged. When we're doing the gaps analysis over the coming months, we'll be assessing whether those actions should remain in the strategy or not. So that will be the point where we, decide whether to, or advise whether or not to remove them. But I think, I'll just leave that there. There's some things that are probably just waiting for a bit of a shift in political climate or a change in some national direction to come before we can advance them.
Always worries me, that one, but okay. Thank you.
Okay, I think we have Councillor Malcolm.
Going back to 1149, we've collaborated with the Otago City and District Council's Regional Waste Officer role, which started in, I think, August last year. Where are we at with getting a report on progress from that person or that position?
Yes. The regional, third time lucky. The regional waste officer reported into the last Chief Executives Forum, which was about a month ago, and so we can get a copy of that report and circulate it to the councillor. So she is working across all the different councils, and there's quite a list of activities that she has coordinated. I can't tell them off the top of my head.
No, that's
but I
all right.
was part of the report back, and we can share that with you.
And that will come to what committee will that come to?
We'll find a committee to bring it to.
Yeah. Good, thank you.
Or we might even circulate it via email, so that you've got that visibility.
Councillor Methven.
I just need some help, looking at the table, very back in the report, the coloured one. Could you explain how that actually should be read? Please.
Yes, so you'll notice it's all very tiny and that's kind of by design. I guess what we were trying to convey here, and actually it hasn't printed out well on my colour printer, but was how the actions and the climate strategy map across the different goals. And the take-home message was that the actions collectively map, they actually touch on every single goal in the strategic directions. And so that just shows how strong the climate theme is across all of the work that we do within the ORC. And honestly, I don't really expect you to go into any more detail than that on that table. It was,
So the gaps will be filled, is it?
well, so some of the colours might not have come out as bright as they could, but there's actually not, it's not intended that every action will meet every strategic direction. It's more just showing that collectively they give quite a comprehensive program of works that delivers on all the different, or aligns with all the different goals.
Thank you.
We could probably have a mover for, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
No worries.
Yeah, on a separate topic, I've got two more if that's your indulgence. So page 1143, we've got develop, and it may not be to you, it may go behind me, but develop drainage models for assessing scheme capacity against impacts of climate change from the various flood schemes. I would assume that we would have currently had that would know the scheme capacity now and would have had those calculated by some equation. And surely we would use that model to just simply show the impacts of data flows. And so why would we need to assess to develop new models when we've already got models there? So I don't know who would answer that.
I might not have been listening to that one.
So-
I was watching his face.
So the drainage models are a different thing to scheme capacity. So the inputs to the scheme capacity assessment, and Tom's going to correct me if I get this wrong, but I think so the drainage models are a different thing. So the drainage models are an input to the scheme capacity, and that's the bit that needs to be updated based on the new modelling. So once they've done that, they'll be able to determine whether what's draining into those schemes means the schemes are adequate to cope or not. We've got a number of scheme reviews scheduled through the infrastructure strategy over the next while. They sort of happen one after the other. So there is already a good understanding of capacity, but not necessarily a clear understanding based on the new data about drainage into those schemes and therefore what capacity is required. And that's about being able to tell people what level of protection the scheme is actually given. So is that a fair summary, Tom?
Yeah, without hearing the question, I think that's and those scheme reviews will be scheduled over a kind of 5 to 10 year period. So you'll see products starting to pop out at the 5-year mark.
But I suppose my question there is, and I think you actually said that in your answer, that we've got that you've got to apply that we won't be developing new models. Are we going to the expense of developing new models, or are we actually just going to apply the models we have at the appropriate times?
Yeah, so we will review and update any models that we've got, but we do need to build a few new ones for that process as well. But we're in a position now where we hold the resource and skills in-house to do that, so that's not a great expense, it just takes a bit of time.
Yeah, okay. And if I could just go to 1144, and this is around reviewing the rainfall monitoring network to determine whether it can be used for purpose other than flood warning, e.g. for drought prediction and the likes. And we've got no progress due to regional plan land and water, the land and water plan being put on hold. And I just wonder what relevance that has actually got if we're looking at drought predictions and what water's going to do to us, with what relevance the land and water plan has, and perhaps should we not be going ahead with that?
So,
I read
yeah, I
that
think
slightly
that
wrong.
relates more to the management of water allocation, but I would, and apologies, I hadn't picked that up, but I would probably agree that there is already some work nationally on drought prediction.
Yeah.
And feeding into a new national model that is one of the things the sector's worked on collectively. So I think that Action 5 can be reviewed in light of not necessarily being an output required for land and water plan management purposes or implementation purposes. There's broader reasons why that work might carry on. So it doesn't necessarily need to stay on hold.
Yeah.
It's being picked up in some cases at a national level anyway.
Yeah, and I can understand if your water allocation part around it, but surely for droughts and that. Yeah. Thank you. Apologies for so many questions on your first day.
Kate is happy to move that we're noting the report. Somebody want to second that? Councillor Forbes, would you like to say something?
No, premature, I mean, 6 months is hardly, but it's a good start, and so thank you.
Any other debate? No? We're good then. Yeah, no, thank you very much for providing us with this report. We're looking forward to ongoing progress in this area, and great to have 2 new staff members presenting to council today. So welcome along, and hopefully it's been a good experience for you as well. So we'll put it all in favour, aye, against, carried. Keep up the good work. So we are at the completion of all of these 1,000, I think it is, pages of agenda.
1155, I think.
Oh,
Just to correct you,
gosh,
Chair, I
thank
apologise for
you.
correcting you so late in the day.
It's quite a big day, so thanks to everyone. We've got to this point and some really good and robust discussion throughout. I'll finish with karakia. Kia tau, te rangi Māori, ki runga i ngā iwi o te ao. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, directors.